En 10 días después de que
Yeah,
my father did that too. Ya estaban ahí 2 meses. 2 meses, no podía respirar de la cabeza. Pero usted sabe, 7 años de tener Alzheimer, no. ¿Cómo se puede aguantar por ese?
No se aguanta. No solo
Dos están sufriendo, yo también. Estoy sufriendo. Okay, okay. Michael is probably the better. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is great. This is a celebration. Yeah. Vengo por la una. Ya ves por la una. Me dijeron que iban a empezar como a las 12, pero no sé. A ver, okay, gracias, Michael.
Okay, so that's ready to go. Okay, Zoom folks, what's up, everybody? This is 100,000 Votes for Change Los Angeles, live at the Sims Library of Poetry. We're gonna get kicking off in about 5 minutes or so, and we're really excited to be part of this global movement, a world movement founded in 2011. So hang around. We got lots of poetry. We got a lot of tributes to today, and cannot wait to share it with y'all. So give us some time, and we'll be back all the way live. Then we might have some.
So it's right here. Right here, that's where it's from. Okay, so
What's on?
What we're trying to do is like, on our website and that email this coming week.
What is your website?
Oh, it's County.
Okay, Ventura County poetry.
Yeah.
And then.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Sheets are out on the table, so if you want to
would
leave a
love it.
message of what you'd like.
Well, I'll just email it to you.
What you're here for, and also for Terry, I know who's Michael. I'll talk more about that. formally.
I know it's a tough one. I just think I can bring it, we got a little rush to do something else. But if I have not. This because
Gonna make me leap on control.
we cried all through writing.
Oh, I know, yeah.
I can't let all the sequels is gonna cry.
You know, I'm just into the age now that I don't really have a problem about crying and, you know, I mean, I don't want to be a person that cries, you know, every 15 seconds, you know, that's it. But, you know, if I cry and it makes others uncomfortable, I'll avoid it, so. It is what it is.
I thought you could get in an accident.
Yeah, you know, I usually seem to be able to focus on, and I'm not, yeah, because I told my office to take care of Indy, so. You know, so, yeah. Yeah, I'm of counsel, I got it. I'm of counsel for a small firm, and I'm a rainmaker, right? So they got my phone number and they got my former office manager there. And I said, you know, I said, you deal with it, man, I don't want to do it. So, yeah, I don't have to do much. So, yeah, I don't want to. It's like another world, like thinking that I was a lawyer for, you know, almost 40 years, like we're going to court. It's like some other person did this. man.
Some other person did it.
Not me.
Now it's impossible.
Oh, well, it's way. I can only toe one, tie one shoelace at a time. I can't do too many. Well, yeah, it's a little tough.
Tying one shoelace.
Yeah, then I go, I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna rest a little.
Oh, 68. No, I see. I look back and.
The good thing is everybody's talking about those 68.
He was really robust.
Right. Right. It's like that famous Frank Sinatra song, when I was 21. It was a very good year. So, yeah, it was like, I remember, yeah, we didn't fall asleep watching TV. We didn't have to put the,
Or it's like, for me, it's like, it's 8 o'clock, I'm just resting.
trying to get ready for bed. I know, I just like, yeah, I used to work, I'd work at 3, 4, 5 in the morning. A lot of, besides learning a lot.
Yeah,
There
but there was extra energy.
was. It was energy and you were working for something and everything. Yeah, that's, yeah, it's like, oh, the good old days when they didn't have to put the subtitles on. A lot of the stuff.
But I want to put a charge for that sometime. It's really.
Yeah, right.
So,
With the subtitles, right? Yeah, I just, yeah, it was getting a little tougher every day. Yeah, that's the way it goes, baby. Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. Because I know how good writing.
I read especially well when I'm
You're the exception. Right. Right. Yeah, when I was a kid, you just the phrase, oh, salty tears. Never thought about.
And.
I've had a lot. Yeah, I didn't even know there were until you passed, and then I just like, I really go down. Yeah. They're definitely solitude. And you're just like the control. Yeah, like when you taste it. And that's where you taste the salt. You taste the salt. You've been there.
Well, yeah, but.
Yeah, you've been to that neighborhood. Never. I mean, not that not that I never tried, because I had
You
tried.
just never.
Never just,
Yeah.
just hard and
Well,
stuff like that. And they go, yeah.
Just.
Yeah, it's the big one. Most of life.
This is. I know it's not. Everybody is very demonstrative.
Well, I think that's good. And this kind of American society is like, well, so, it's more, not nearly as much. We were, that. You're not the real men. Men do not.
Is it you? Like, yes, we.
They've got a,
They're like, but we need a fixing. That's the third time. You gotta really make sure. He's like, oh my god.
yeah.
Yeah. It's obvious. But I think it might be just to have it over here.
If you did, you probably look at that.
What did it say?
Sure.
Oh,
Because we gotta take care of,
fine.
we gotta.
I'm just trying to log in my system.
Everybody's. We gotta take care of.
That's so long ago.
It is. It is very much.
Okay. where's that?
Exactly. That's what kind of mental illness. People go out. and break it down.
Is this the thing for the TV? Or
That is
Yeah.
for that.
that's for this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the sound.
So can I see the one for the TV and then I guess I'll just do my,
TV.
yeah, the connector.
We were talking about what was on mine. Everybody's mind, he goes, yeah. My mind is the neighborhood I don't like to live alone. I gotta get that.
Unless, if it does it have Bluetooth, could I do the air, or the,
I'm sorry.
no, you're good.
It should.
Let me get on your guys' Wi-Fi, maybe that will help.
She was talking into the microphone.
You weren't here at the moment. I was not around.
The mic.
How now?
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
That's good.
Pero ya tengo todo el.
I always call him Phil.
Yeah.
When it comes to the 19 plan, tirándole la manivela. You need a.
Just something to connect my computer that way, so that if you're dead on the movie.
Because that's USB. Ahora sí, este es movido o hasta la fundamentalista de inglés. Ya, oh, ya, sí. Y esto es ya usualmente ha sido porque hacemos
They'll have to do it. So it's like now. Which is better. Y luego es de muy bueno.
Yes.
And he is both figure.
You gotta try harder, Phil. I'm not sure I can remember the words.
So he really wants to see the better language.
I understand.
Maybe if there's a converter.
Oh, which one?
A converter.
I was thinking that.
Because you for.
That way.
Well, why don't you?
Oh,
If there's a strike, you have to strike.
Yeah.
No te
Yeah. So it's all horse, that's all. they do.
Oh, there's no.
That's actually.
That's what's in the
Yeah,
That's, you know, I remember when we wrote about my eggs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, if it has that, that's
Todo
That's what they do.
Does your laptop have this?
no, it's a Mac. It's a Mac, yeah.
Yeah, I've got to.
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna be done by now.
Oh.
Well, let's see, if I can get it on your laptop, maybe.
One.
Yeah, you have the email on here? Cause I did send it to the Faro Scott email.
Just go ahead and check it.
Okay, here's the HDMI if you need it, okay?
Okay,
They were beautiful. They were beautiful. They were just so beautiful. Truly, But I was.
Amy's husband Roll has another engagement. I wonder if after we can put Michael Rothenberg's tribute first, but I wonder if you could advance Amy's.
okay, yeah. I think,
Michael and then Amy.
Yeah, we'll go to, yeah, we have a slideshow and so we'll just go to him or go to Amy and then go to Yvonne.
All right.
That's fine.
And then, I mean, this one has the HDMI, this laptop.
Oh, okay. Okay, if you can open up the, what is the best email? And then I'll just send you the link. And then we can get the party started.
I've got you, I've got you.
Can't mirror, huh? Does it let you? Find the TV?
Oh yeah, let me see. What's the TV called? Oh. Let me see. Yeah, you're right. I should try that first. I'm not getting anything popping up.
Are they gonna do the other two before yours, Richard? No.
Beautiful. Good morning. We can stop at home.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, just so you can access the email account and I'll send you the link. That's the best way so we can just get going. We're about an hour. Hour out.
Okay, send it to my personal email, that's fine.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I mean, 'cause I don't know the email to here so far, and I'm not of any use.
No, you're fine. You got this. Sister. You got this. Okay, it's okay. Let me share it.
Here's the email. and stuff. I'll just send
no pasan. Y lo mismo nos ocurre aquí con los poetas de allá, porque el comentario
I think if you want to switch it, you click on it. And then Simon will get it.
Oh, you can go here, so that.
Okay.
Send it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just send it.
nosotros agarramos muchos temas de una profundidad psicológica, todo lo que está viviendo la gente.
Oh, here we go. Copy.
Y las y una de las
Okay, we got that.
en un contexto urbano de la vida porque aunque haya esa luz, todavía tenemos
That's gonna come from
viviendo
your
en medio de la selva urbana, pero mantienen
So that will
Yeah, you can pick up a lot of Spanish in 2 weeks.
you go that way. Hopefully you can do it and then it should be in the order. We're doing like 3 tributes, but so we're gonna do Michael and then we're gonna skip Yvonne and go to Amy. And then we'll go back to Yvonne and then we'll do that.
Oh, you are.
So I'll leave this just kind of right here.
My mother's family. Yeah, they came from there. It's like, yeah.
So they were expelled and.
I don't think they're.
No, they weren't Jewish.
And then, so then you can put the HDMI.
Somebody that had a doctor.
Having a few technical challenges, but we are almost there. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Because they, they're, you know. NPR. just- Yeah, they came from Spain, and they used to like the candles, but they were Catholic. They just didn't. Yeah, they didn't know why they did it. They just did it. They were Jews.
I do.
It's not so bad. Oh.
They call them.
Fingers up.
Little
Sorry, that was the last piece to get this party started.
brothers.
Okay, thanks for officially finally roll this baby out. Okay,
It is.
we're docking the ship. And this.
They went out. Except for.
But you know, it's really nice.
That's the last one, so we'll go to the, all the way to
the Mexicans who came up to escape the
Perfect, and we'll leave it
Mexican
there.
I
Oh,
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Once you go.
They have in Mexico, so there's this whole cadre of people.
More of this maybe the persecution. Are you Jewish? Oh, okay.
Sephardic.
Yeah. You know, yeah, there's Sephardic Jews. Yes. Sephardic Jews.
yeah, I don't,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to hide it. It's
So eating or
been a while since I've been on a,
No, I never saw it.
Yeah.
What I was telling this the first bilingual teacher I worked with was from a Sephardic family. Can't be a lot. Over the years, she was able to transfer Spanish. It's modeled for it. It's not even the Spanish.
Wow. That is, yes, wild. That whole thing of the microculture of Mexico is completely, yeah.
So after that, he had a terrible hostility to son-in-law. And he didn't like Texas.
Yeah, Texas.
I understand that.
Texas is, it's a real tough place.
And it was from him that I first heard this quote by General Sheridan, who's the military governor of Mexico after the Civil War. And he was giving an interview in this house. Military. He said, "Look, if I always know Texas, I live in hell in Texas."
Change. We're here. And we're happy. Happy. I'm happy. Hi, poets. Happy, I guess happy fall, right? Happy fall. And glad to see everybody. I'm taking a couple of candies before. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience too. Appreciate it. But it's cool. I was listening to the conversations and the connections, and that's beautiful. You know, that's why we're here. We're here in community. And that's a beautiful thing. So on the chairs, you'll see our program. Of course, we're a little, we're behind time, but I think overall in the scheme of the program, it's gonna work out okay. I'll just minimize my workshops and all my talking. So it should be okay. All right. So before we get started, I just, again, I want to thank everyone for being here. At 100,000 Poets for Change, just know that you're here in solidarity with the world. This is a global movement that has been happening since 2011. And you're going to hear more about the history of this event in the program, but it is an honor to have you all present and representing, you know, the things that you want to see changed. You're representing your own activism, your own artivism, and your own messages of peace and hope and resistance. That's important. And I want to first make a land acknowledgement. And also introduce myself. I'm Jessica. Hi, everybody. I'm with the Los Angeles Poet Society, a founder of this baby that's now 14 years old. And I'm thankful. Thank you to the Sims Library of Poetry. And thank you, Inez, with the Sims Library of Poetry for having us here. If we can give them some love. Come on, give them some love. That's what the beauty of this partnership and community is about. I just am very grateful. So I'm gonna light some stage, and I want to acknowledge all of our ancestors. I want to acknowledge all the indigenous brothers and sisters from this land where we stand. We're here on Tongva land. So I want to acknowledge the Tongva. And I also want to acknowledge our neighbors, the Chumash, the Gabrieleño, the Fernandeño. Not too far away are the Luiseño and the Cahuilla. And in the San Fernando Valley, where I'm at and Richard's from, want to acknowledge the Fernandeño, the Tatavium, and Ometeotl. The Ometeotl is balance, and wish you all balance and peace in your lives. I also just want to acknowledge all of our ancestors and thank them for taking care of Earth so that we can be sustained, and may that ritual of sustainability and good care continue through us for the generations to come. All right, so I want to also acknowledge the energy and the spirit of, let's see, I've got to center myself. I want to start in the east, so center spirit of the east. Mateo. Oh yeah, I hear the cha-cha is good. Yeah, if you have your shakers, so it's good. Mateo. Acknowledge the spirits to the west. Hopefully my that's gonna go. And acknowledge the spirits of the south. What it's been this way. South, beautiful south, Mateo. In the north, that's where all of our wise elders are, the north, Mateo. And then, of course, our beautiful Mother Earth, ground that supports us and it supports everything we go through as humans. Thank you, Mother Earth. Love and support, and also Father Sky and all of our ancestors. Yes. And then if you wouldn't mind raising your own hands, raise your hand up high. And there's one more energy source that we must honor today, and that is the energy of your own heart and your own spirit. So bring your hand back to you, Mateo. May you be blessed and protected on your journey. Mateo. All right, 100,000 poets for change, Los Angeles in the house. All right, and again, we're here with the beautiful Sims, wonderful space that was born and out of the pandemic times. So what a beautiful library of poetry, the only one of its kind, a Black-owned book library here, and a library of poetry. So it is definitely a unique and beautiful space. Okay, so we're gonna start with tributes. So 100,000 Poets for Change was founded in 2011 by a poet and an artist, Michael Rothenberg and his partner Terry Carillon, and they lived in Sonoma in Northern California. And Michael Rothenberg was not just a poet, but he was also an editor with Big Bridge. He was a second generation beat poet. He learned from Philip Whalen, and you know, he's an activist. So fast forwarding to about 2010, 2011, he put out a call on Facebook, and he was like, he did an event page, can I get 100,000 poets for change? And he just threw it out there, like just a message in a bottle. Anybody want to stand with me? And he used the metaphor, he's like, I was standing alone in the stream, you know, is there anybody else with me that sees this pain, this madness? Does anybody want to change some stuff around? You know, let's take action. So that's what it was about. And he, of course, was a poet. So he said, Poets for Change. But what he did when he launched that call into Facebook, into the world, it was a beacon of unity for folks that were like-minded, that wanted to use their own art, their own expression or means of expression, to activate, to rise up for a cause, to be an activist, artivist, right? That's your art and your activism. We got artivism. So since that birth of that movement, literally all over the world, and it's always the last Saturday of September, it's the 100,000 Poets for Change Day. But places all around the world, different organizers are holding an event right now. So we're also live streaming on our YouTube. So this is going to be archived and preserved. So hello world, we're with you in Los Angeles, California. Woo-hoo! Aslan, Turtle Island, right here. So this is literally, you're taking a step with the whole world right now. So collective consciousness, this is a beautiful thing. And we're stronger together. And we really do make impact together. So I want to say that because of that call, there's Poets for Change, there's Mimes for Change. Over in Egypt, they have mimes that do an event. There's Musicians for Change, there's been skateboarders, DJs, like they all use that for change, but use their method, their art, their means of uniting. So that's what this is today. And we have 3 tributes we're going to start our program with. This is our first 100,000 Poets for Change without Michael Rothenberg. He did pass away last year, in November 21st last year. He died. He had a battle of lung cancer, and he passed away in Florida. That's where they had moved in about 2017. His partner, he had moved there. So in his honor, I want to say some words about him and share. And I was very close with Michael Rothenberg, and I feel very fortunate to have had him as a mentor. I called him the chief. I had been organizing for 100,000 Poets for Change at Beyond Baroque with Richard Moriano and Antonieta Villamil, who's here since 2011, since the beginning. So you're going to hear some of that origin story. But it is bittersweet. Like, honestly, I feel very sad without him, because he's just such a righteous human. Like, he really did unite so many organizers around the world. There have been tributes online last weekend, and people from India spoke, people from Uruguay, Canada, here in the States. Just his impact was huge, and it still is, because we all are holding that candle, that fire that he lit in us, and we're still continuing it. So the work doesn't end. And his partner Terry is, alive and thriving, but very heartbroken, as you can imagine. But the movement is still continuing. So, and you're all a part of that. So before I want to go ahead and light this candle for Michael Rothenberg. Presente. And also, as I like this, we're also paying tribute to, we're paying a tribute to 3 poets today. We're paying tribute to Michael Rothenberg. We're paying tribute to Amy Miyamatsu and also Yvonne de la Vega. So this candle is for all 3, and it's going to stay lit for the show, for the event. So after I say their name, I want you all to just yell presente. That means that they're here. You hear them. Their presence is here. Okay. Mateo, here in community, continuing the work of uniting and being activists and change makers in our lives, in our communities, in our networks, and continuing the light. And this fire is going to represent that continuity of the movement and of the love that we have for these people that were visible and not afraid to speak up. That's very important. And we are part of that ripple that they created in our lives. Michael Rothenberg.
Presente.
Emil Yamatsu.
Presente.
Yvonne de la Vega.
Presente.
Presente. Ometeo. We have our peace candle. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on to the next slide. Yay! So I want to acknowledge our sponsors. We had a lot of support for this event today, including the California Art Council. I want to thank our vendor sponsors, the Sister Friends Wearable Art Collective, Egyptian Princess 8. Again, thanks to the Sims Library of Poetry, Black Lives, Black Words, and also Writing Journey 101. And thank you for being part of our community and supporting us. Okay. So part of our action today is also we held a food drive, and thank you for everyone who contributed. There's a great table of food out there, and I welcome anyone in the space to take what you need or leave items as you see. And the remaining food items are going to be donated to the food pantry in Whittier at Midnight Bookstore. So that's where we're going to be taking them next. And there is another 100,000 Poets for Change event starting at 6 o'clock. So they're going to get those goods and distribute them to the community. Okay, so I did speak about Michael Rothenberg. Here he is. He very impactful human, and like I said, he connected the world. He like is one of those, you know, those alpha personalities that take on like 15 things at one time and actually are successful at the 15 things they're doing at that same time. That was him. One of those guys. Peacemaker, world speaker, world connector. We love you. And then I want to play this video here of Michael. One of the favorites, I think, of most poets, so definitely deep poets, is matching our poetry with some music, right? And especially jazz. So this is a performance of Michael's poetry with the Bob Malone ensemble. So hopefully this all works out. Everybody can hear in the back? Y'all can hear? Okay. Bill, please stay here. Let's see on the slide people.
between and presidents, warriors, and slaves. Chipada and a calamity of Rastel in a court. At 2 a.m. when the shadows stretch and bend across the heavy doors of the spirit's foreign church. Poets from Paris, Sacramento, and Kuala Lumpur lead a serenade. Take on a public Broadway. So, choreography in the piazza. While children in pajamas crawl out on moonlit balconies, watch through curtains of nighttime laundry, dripping blouses and large, deep underwear. The dance. And fermentation. Spoken word. We find a seagull rise. Then a change will come. A breeze from the broad blue Tyrrhenian sea. The resurrection of green with every lava buried breath. The savoring cobbles and utopian of lunch. Police would never say a word. The clock will unwind, and the poet will march. Celebration of another broken law. Another pantomime of insurrection. It will come. It will come. It will come.
Vicente, Michael Rothinger. There's a great performance, guys. Check it out. The Bob Malone Band, just YouTube. He's got a whole set with him. But oh man, I miss him so much. Miss him so much. When he moved to Florida, I was always hoping to catch up with him over there, and I didn't get a chance to get over there. And darn it, you know. So like life is precious, you know, our time together, it's like every moment is literally, it is a blessing. Time is our gift to each other. So even though some things feel mundane, you're like, oh, you know, going through things, but just be like, yay, we're together again, or, you know, I appreciate you, you know, and it's a beautiful thing. November 21st, last year, 2022. Yeah. Okay. And yes, so I wanted to well, you heard from him, and I guess I was going to read a couple pieces from his book Zapadilla, but I'm going to say you can meet with me later and we can look at it together, since we're a little behind, you know, and you got to hear his own words and this great performance. I feel he's here, he loves us, you know, he's happy, like the whole world is lighting up saying his name today, you know. Beautiful gift. This was when he had a book party at Beyond Baroque. I think that's Richard right there. That looks like Richard. Okay. And Yvonne is here, Yvonne de la Vega, and Terry Carillon, Yusuf, Teresa Maychek, Eddie Sanda. There's the chief. That's Juan Cardenas, Mark Littman, Antonieta's there. It's me. A lot of us coming together for his book party. And that's he and his partner. And that's Puma. And actually, one of the things that 100,000 Poets for Change got to do was go to and have a world conference in Salerno, Italy. So I think Antonietta was in there, so maybe she can speak on that a little bit later when she's up here. But I want to say that Salerno, Italy event wouldn't have been possible if this fellow and me didn't go and house sit his dogs to let them both go to Italy, put down the foundation so that could happen. You know, and that was right after we got married. So like we were in honeymoon phase, and like a month later, my husband had to leave up north for like a month, and I'm like, so we took one for the team right here. But you know, that's how much we love them. They really, you know, we're like part of the family. So such an honor to be able to spend life with someone that you admire so much, you know. Okay, so we're gonna come back to Yvonne. And we're gonna head over to our another poet, Amy Uematsu. So we're also here paying tribute to Amy, and she passed earlier this year. And I want to say that Amy was an activist. She's a Sansei poet, Japanese American poet, very vocal about the experiences that she had, but also that her community had, and she documented that and spoke about it. And she also was part of 100,000 Poets for Change and part of our movement as well, and a friend. And also there's folks here that are going to speak and share some words about Amy Uematsu as well. But she was an activist, and she had 6 poetry collections. The latest one was The Blue Trickster, Time from 2022. She's an award-winning poet. And it says her poems considered the intersection of politics, mathematics, spirituality, and the natural world. And I do have a poem of hers I want to share, and then I'm going to ask Richard Muriano to come up and share his testimony, and also some other testimony on Amy, or tribute rather. I want to say her family is here today, so I just want to also share and send love to her family and her beloved and her friends. And if we can just we put our hands up to give them the love and strength of our community today, and just say that we're here for you. Thank you.
So you think you know Wix? Do you really?
And thank you for being here for Amy.
Shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics.
or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape composition.
I'm going to read two poems. First one is called As American As. And I was thinking about the whole concept of what normal has become. You know, they keep talking about the new normal. So this is in 3 parts, but I'm just going to read the last one. And I hope you find this somewhat inspirational. I hope. Because we do have a wonderful history of resistance. Those of you that are as old as me, that might have been in the anti-war movement, the ethnic power movements, civil rights. I mean, it's wonderful. So this is what reminded me of that era. President's Day weekend, 2018. Black Panther, the new Marvel comic film, breaking records for ticket sales. Many young fans, too young to know about the Black Panthers of my generation. It's the same feeling of ethnic pride as 50 years ago, when Oakland Black Panthers served free breakfast to children. 268 Olympics medal winners gave the Black Power salute. And we sang with James Brown, I'm Black and I'm proud, even if we weren't Black. Revolutionary change, the new normal then, let it remain the new normal now. With Black Lives Matter, NFL players on bended knee, women's marches from coast to coast, high school students demanding anti-gun laws. 50 years ago, when Martin was killed, who could imagine we'd elect Barack Obama just 4 decades later? Hip hop music and dance would be global staples. Claudine Rankin's Citizen, the only poetry bestseller. Superheroes are nothing new in the struggle. Only this time, a Disney movie is giving every boy and girl, young and old, that big screen sensation of fighting for justice. As normal as Rosa Parks, Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, on and on. Let us bridge the generations and remind all who will listen that it only takes one woman sitting on a bus to inspire hundreds. One farm worker, one union activist, one parent to build a movement based on the power of the people. The second poem,
Righteous. Presente, Amy Matsu. Presente. Beautiful. And I'm gonna go ahead and ask Richard Moriano to come share some words from Phyllis Hashiabara, who is Amy's colleague, and I believe her husband Raul as well. Richard Moriano, everyone.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming out. My connection with Amy was my partner is also Sansei, 3rd generation Japanese American. And at the beginning of the Asian American movement, my partner was at UC Berkeley. Amy was down here in Los Angeles, and the Asian American movement started over the evictions at the International Hotel in North Beach in San Francisco. The International Hotel was a place where a number of retired Asian Americans were living, Chinese Americans, Japanese Americans, and Filipino Americans. In the meantime, my partner became involved up there in the Bay Area, while Amy became involved in Los Angeles because there were activities going on down here as well. So the Asian American movement spread wherever there were large Asian American populations. And this was part of the 60s that Amy was talking about in her poem. And that was where our initial connection came from. And then later on, her book, 30 Miles from J-Town, was published, her first book, the first collection of poetry, followed by Nights of Fire, Nights of Rain, which was also a powerful, powerful collection of poetry. So over the years, when I was director of Beyond Baroque, I spoke for her many times We had a few social encounters. We talked about Sansei life that I learned through my partner. And well, you know, she was, and then later on, I belonged to the Venice Honganji Buddhist Temple, and Amy used to drop her mother off there for events, and I'd see her there as well. So her loss as a human being, as an activist, and as a poet leaves a big hole in my life and in the lives of so many others that she touched. And since her husband, Raul Contreras, is here today, he gave me this poem that expresses his love and feeling for Amy. It is Pablo Neruda's sonnet number 17. I don't love you as if you were salt rose, topaz, or arrow of carnation that propagates fire. I love you as certain dark things are loved, secretly, between the shadow and the soul. I love you as the plant that doesn't bloom and carries hidden within itself the light of those flowers. And thanks to your love, darkly in my body lives the dense fragrance that rises from the earth. I love you without knowing how or when or from where. I love you simply, without problems or pride. I love you in this way because I don't know any other way of loving but this, in which there is no I or you, so intimate that your hand upon my chest is my hand, so intimate that when I fall asleep, it is your eyes that close. And then I have sort of a memoir of Amy from her colleague at Venice High School, Phyllis Hashibara. And Phyllis writes, while on the faculty of Venice High School, Amy did not teach in the English department, but in the math department. This startled me at first because I soon learned that Amy had published several books of poetry. I appreciated Amy's clear voice as a Sansei, third generation Japanese American. And I understood her poetry without having to go and look up obscure references or allusions. I think I got her, and she got me as a fellow Sansei. She spoke for me and about my generation. She talks about not being cool enough in one of her poems, compared to the Buddha head gals who went to Dorsey High School and slow danced to Roger Young. I felt I wasn't as cool as Amy because she had written for Ghidra, the radical left-leaning anti-Vietnam War pro-feminism self-published newspaper that gave Sansei a political voice. They were struggling to define our own identity, place as Japanese Americans, Asian Americans, and Americans in a world that divided as humans into first and third worlds. I treasure each book of poetry that Amy published and appreciate that her voice will live on in her poems. I never did ask her how she got into teaching math instead of teaching poetry, but her students at Venice High School learned that you don't have to do just one thing well in life. A fully realized life can make room for both calculations with one correct answer, as well as for dreaming and creating with open ends and more questions. And that is from Amy's colleague, Phyllis Hayashibara of Venice High School, where Amy taught for many years. So Amy was a teacher, and at the same time, in my conversations with her, she always wanted to know more. So what makes a good teacher is somebody that is always learning. And Amy was always learning new things, bringing them into herself and then giving them back to us in her poetry. So Amy Uematsu, my heartfelt thanks for the way you touched me and so many other people and enriched my life and the lives of so many others. And indeed, Amy does live on in her poetry. All 6 books are still in print. They're all well worth getting, all well worth owning, and you will delve into them again and again as I have. So thank you for listening, and gratitude to Amy Uematsu.
Thank you so much, Richard. And thank you to Phyllis and Raul for the poetry and for the memoir. I love it that we get to have that glimpse in her life and in the connections that she made. Yeah, we were so honored to have her be a part of 100,000 Poets for Change, because she is one of those big name poets and you're like, join us. So it was really great. Okay, so now we're gonna go to our tribute for Yvonne de la Vega. I'm just gonna go back to the YouTube. We're gonna go back. How do I get this guy out of my screen? There we go. See if I can get this to be full screen again. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right, so now we're moving on to our tribute for Yvonne de la Vega. Yvonne de la Vega is someone that, oh my goodness, another human that I admire, that I feel blessed that I get to walk, not just like the world with, but like as a poet, as an artist. Like it's just a very special thing. Similar to what Richard was saying in his discussions with Amy, you know, there's just so much that we get from each other, from our minds, and that creativity and that exchange. But I have the honor of being Yvonne's assistant on the first 100,000 Poets for Change. And in 2011, she was leading the realm or helm. I don't know how to say it. She was leading the ship. Okay, I was her. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm bad with these analogies. Anyhow, I learned from her. That's what I'm trying to say. And I helped her organize that action at Beyond Baroque, and it was a festival. She had imagined a whole poetry festival. And I started LA Poet Society in 2009, so I was still pretty green, you know. So the idea of a festival was really new to me. I hadn't done that before, and it seemed bigger than, like, way bigger than me, that I could even like manage. But nevertheless, I did learn a lot from her, and I want to share the story I have with you in a moment. But she also was a beat poet. She had immigrated here from the Philippines. Gorgeous, beautiful person, amazing thinker, writer, and an activist. She was part of the Occupy movement here as well, Occupy LA. I think that was in 2001, later than that. But she was a part of that. Or was it like 09?
Oh, no, it's, I'll explain it.
Okay, yeah, he's in Italia. Richard's got the stories. But yeah, I mean, she walked the walk, talked the talk, and she was a writer, thinker. And she also had a show called Word Beat. So she was on the radio and brought literature in that fashion. And something that I was really like fangirling her about was that she collaborated with Ray Manzarek of The Doors. And he even said that she was a pretty little angel in the City of Lights. And in her book, Tomorrow Yvonne, I forgot the rest of it, but Tomorrow Yvonne, he wrote the foreword for her book. So she had a good friendship with Ray Manzarek, and I'm a big Doors fan. So personally speaking, I was just really thrown by that, and the fact that, I mean, Ray Manzarek is a great organist. Yeah, I'm a big fan of both of them. So I was just like two of my favorites in the world together, you know. Anyhow, she had some really great collaborations throughout her life, including one with Herb Alpert. So I'm going to play a video called, and maybe you know the song, called Jump Street, with Yvonne de la Vega and Herb Alpert. Really cool piece. Sorry about all these pop-ups, kind of not used to them. Okay. Oh, and I did also want to say, Yvonne, she passed away in December of 2019. So it's been a while, but I want to also honor her, acknowledge her here as well, because she was the beginning. She was the roots of the LA 100,000 Poets for Change. I learned from her and I continued, you know, but she's always present in this action. So I also wanted to honor her today as well. So yeah, this is cool. This is like 1991 right here. Such a cool piece. All right, enjoy. Can y'all hear it? Yeah. Okay. I would try dancing like that back then.
I can't do with those tattoos. Hot bad boy, and motorbike, military, high heels, man with low ride, back ride, come ride.
Yeah, Yvonne De La Vega. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, we're gonna be out of YouTube now, so please pop-up stop. Yes, she was incredible, like so cool. To me, she was just like a beat goddess. Like, I call myself a third generation beatnik. So at that time, what it was like, I think it was like 31 or something like that. I don't know, 30, yeah. Anyway, I was just starry-eyed, and I looked into her on the internet, and I was like, she collaborated with Ray Menzik, which she has a radio show, she's doing spoken word. Like, I was just like, I wish I could do that someday. Yeah, phenomenal. So when she was like, okay, well, Yvonne De La Vega's organizing, so you can be her assistant. And I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that story. And then I want to bring up Richard Moriano to tell you a little bit more about the rest of the story. Here it is. So this is Michael Rothenberg's book, Sapodia. He's got many, many books, but this is one that I'm excited about because I hooked it up for him. I got published in Paris back in 2015 with Swan World Press, and they had been around since 2003 as Edition du Cygne, Swan World Press. But they had an English imprint, and I was their first author that they published on their imprint. So I had the link to Paris, and so Michael's like, I have this book, Jessica, that's ready to go. Do you know who I could, someone I could send to? I'm like, yeah, Patrice in France. Yeah, he would love to publish you. So, here's the book. And so we're press mates, and it's just what an honor, like, to bring those worlds together. And well, yeah, that's the book here. So I want to share a little story with you. As I mentioned, 100,000 Poets for Change started in 2011, so it's 13 years old now. 13 years. Again, it's always a day of action in September. And this just recently, actually, was last Sunday, we had a launch of the 100,000 Poets for Change, 10 plus years of collective activism anthology. So this book was basically an anthology of all these different organizers and folks that have been participants over all these 10 plus years. All their essays and memoir testimony of what happened, right? Of their involvement. Anyhow, I had the honor to also be in that book. So this is what was published in there. And well, you'll hear my story and how I got in the mix with all this. And it's called Virgin Activism, What Led Me to the Table. And it's going to speak to Ravon and also Michael. All right. My dad told me to never get involved, never sign my name on a petition or any piece of paper. A lineage of military service to the good old US of A and coming of age in the 1960s may have influenced my father, but the warning came at a price to me. Was there nothing worth raising my voice over? Was there to be complacency in my adulthood and that just went with the flow and no questions asked? Now, I've never been a follower, let alone a blind follower. Growing up, I saw an abundance of homeless men, white, Latinx, Black. There was a loss in their eyes, and the cardboard they held up said the word veteran. They come home in pieces to the pieces they left behind. This is unjust, unfair, and a flaccid way to honor your brave warriors. There is no honor. This issue close to home was one I believe that I needed to voice within my writing, within my interactions with other artists and individuals in my community. This is where my activism started. I was a baby activist. My family was never supportive of raising a fist in the air. They were whitewashed, complacent, somewhat conformist. When Michael Rothenberg posted that he was looking for 100,000 poets for change in a Facebook post back in 2010, I was curious. I knew I loved poetry and was down for just about anything having to do with it. I was in because I believed that change was possible. And I also joined because deep down inside, I was hoping to stir up some shit, and Michael Rothenberg was offering me the chance on a global level. I didn't know where the event was going, but my energy was at 100%, and I joined the 100,000 Poets for Change in Los Angeles, California. I was paired up with Los Angeles poet icon Yvonne de la Vega. She was incredible, a stunning woman with determination. She was definitely a leader. She was a seasoned activist and was at the forefront of LA's Occupy movement. It felt empowering to see her organize what she dreamed up as a huge poetry festival that included all the houses of poetry in Los Angeles, or at least those that were available. And I remember World Stage was there, Connie, and lots of folks came to that event. Yes, okay, he's gonna talk about that. It was amazing. It was my first time participating in a poetry festival, and definitely my first time behind the scenes creating one. I am so grateful to Yvonne for all that she taught me. I learned from her, and she scared the shit out of me. Her determination and no nonsense demeanor were commanding. I idolized her so much, I didn't want to piss her off. As an artist, educator, and poet. I choose to dedicate my words to those who are not allowed to share, not allowed to speak due to government suppression, intimidation, or punishment. I rise up, and I know when I rise, others rise with me. When I speak, I am speaking for those who cannot share at this time. My activism continues for U.S. veterans, for those killed by cops, which we continue to see over and over that our justice system does not hold justice for victims of police. My activism is for immigrants and innocent children being detained by ICE. Poetry is my gift, and I will use it to continue sharing the truth and shed light on it over and over again. Thank you. And I want to again bring up Richard Modiano to share some more stories about Yvonne de la Vega.
Of course. Yvonne was a fixture on the Los Angeles poetry scene for many years. And we had the publication reading of her first book, Tomorrow Yvonne at Beyond Baroque, when I was director there. I saw her at many other poetry readings. She often accompanied herself on her guitar. She had lots of terrific pieces. She had a signature piece that was always fun to listen to. But early in 2011, she contacted me about being a part of 100,000 Poets for Change. She was the one that stepped up when Michael Rothenberg put his call out on Facebook, and she became the producer of the first LA version of 100,000 Poets for Change. Now, originally, it was going to be held at the Wadsworth Theater off of Wilshire Boulevard by the VA hospital. And she said, I wonder if she asked me to curate 4 poets that were associated with Beyond Baroque. And so I said, sure, I'll be happy to do that. So I went to our board of trustees, and we had, as it happened, there were 4 poets on the board of trustees who were ready to read: Sherman Pearl, Suzanne Lummis, Laurel Ann Bogan, and Gloria Vando. So they were the ones that were going to be representing Beyond Baroque. Well, in the meantime, the Wadsworth Theater deal fell through at the last minute. They required $2,000 up front, and the whole rental was $5,000. Plus, additionally, there was insurance involved. There was no way that she could come up with that money, or anybody else for that matter. And so it looked like it was going to be a wash. And at this point, Michael Rothenberg, who read Beyond Baroque when I was director, contacted me, and he said, can Beyond Baroque host this? And I said, I'll see what I can do. So I contacted Yvonne. We rebooted the whole thing to happen at Beyond Baroque. Now, as it happened, we already had events planned inside the theater at Beyond Baroque, and the West Lawn was available. So Yvonne brought together all of her resources, and we had a big flatbed truck out there on the West Lawn. Beyond Baroque's technical director at the time, Jim Fleck, teched the whole show. And it drew in a tremendous number of people, and it started at 11 a.m. and ended at 11 p.m. Now, in the course of putting this together, I assumed that Yvonne had done all the necessary work on that. However, it turned out that you needed a permit to have amplified sound outside when we did not have that permit. So, and everything was fine in the daytime. Nobody complained in the daytime, but around 9 o'clock, the neighbors began complaining. So at around 10 o'clock, the cops showed up. Cops came and they said, neighbors are complaining about the sound out there. Can you turn it down? And I went to Jim and said, can you lower the volume? Lowered the volume. They went away. The neighbors still complained. They came back. And now it was like about 10:30, and the World Stage Poets were on the stage. The cops came up to me and they said, let's see your permit. Didn't have a permit. I said, just a minute. Lanka Minkowski was the bookstore manager at that time. And I said, Lanka, can you go up to my office and bring down the permit for me for the amplified sound? I said, I think it's on the top shelf on the left bookcase, which of course there was no such bookcase like that. So immediately she knew what was going on. So she went upstairs and I was talking to the cops, and then Pam Ward came over and said, what's going on? I said, well, Pam, they want to shut us down because we're making too much noise. I said, are you shitting me, man? I said, no, that's it. So anyway, Blanca was up there and I was talking to her. I said, look, if you don't produce your permit, we're going to pull the plug on this. The World Stage Poets were almost finished. Blanca came back, said, I can't find it, Richard. You must have put it someplace else. And the cop says, that does it. You're going to have to shut this down right now. Well, at that very moment, the World Stage Poets were finished. That was the last group of performers for the night. And I said, okay, I guess we'll have to shut it down. And I walked over to Jim and I said, Jim, you're going to have to pull the plug now. And he said, okay. And that's how it ended. So the following year, Yvonne was again scheduled to be the producer. However, by this time, she had become involved in Occupy. And she was spending all of her time downtown LA in front of City Hall at Occupy. And in the meantime, she had failed to answer Michael's email messages, and he contacted me and he said, do you know what's happening with Yvonne? So I'll give her a call and see. And I called her up. And she was camping out there, and I talked to her on her cell phone, and she said, well, Richard, I really can't do it this year. You're gonna have to find somebody else. I said, all right. And I told Michael this, and I said, I think I know just the person who can do this. And at that point, I contacted Jessica and I said, Jessica, can you do this? I know you worked on the last one. I know it's a big thing to take on, but if you can, because I couldn't do it myself. I have a lot of things to do as director of Beyond Baroque, and especially at that period when we were trying to rebuild Beyond Baroque, build up membership and get things moving again. We literally had like readings Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and sometimes 2 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday. So basically I was handling like 5 or 6 readings per week at Beyond Baroque, all stacked into the weekend. I just couldn't do it. And I said, I can make Beyond Baroque available, but you're going to have to, we need a new producer. So I wrote a message to Jessica. I explained the situation to her. She immediately stepped up, and she's been the producer ever since. And she's been doing a terrific job. But then, Occupy came to an end, and Yvonne was back in the fold, and we did have the publication reading of her book, Tomorrow, Yvonne. There were a lot of things that she wanted to do that unfortunately she was not able to. And I said, look, I'm standing by ready. Whenever you got something you want to bring to fruition, let me know, and I will put it on Beyond Baroque's calendar. We'll get a space for you. Unfortunately, none of those things came to pass. The one thing that she did do, and it was a wonderful event, was her publication reading. And her book is published by Punk Hostage Press, still in print, still available. If you don't have it, try and get it. And of course, just seeing Yvonne over the years, the readings that she gave around town, and not only at Beyond Baroque, but she was at the Onyx and she was at the Iguana, 2 venues that have since disappeared. Did she ever make it out to Ventura? No. Okay. So yeah, and she left behind this legacy of her work. And as with Amy, Yvonne lives on in her poetry, and there's still some unpublished material out there that should find a home, I hope, one of these days. So Yvonne de la Vega Presente, and the torch for 100,000 poets in Los Angeles was passed to Jessica, and she's carrying the torch right now. So thank you for that.
Oh, so much honor. I don't know. How? Yeah. Okay, Richard Moriana is here for Richard. Yeah, definitely big shoes to fill. I was like, the whole festival thing was huge, and I'm like, oh my goodness, you know. But you know, oh, what happened? Do we need a password? But yeah, so we're here, right? All these years later, and we're still doing it, and the world is moving, and the world is doing it. And what's up, the world? Change agents. Thank you for your beautiful work today, uniting. So I want to also say, for 100,000 Poets for Change, there was a uniting vision as well. Three elements: sustainability, justice, and peace. Three things that all of us should have, all humans, all living things, right? When we talk about justice, it's for humans and for the earth. It's also sustainability for humans and for Mother Earth, right? And all of our animals, you know, all of the creatures of earth, right? Just maintaining a relationship of respect where we live with each other and with the earth. And of course, peace, right? Keep that peace, which most of us all want. They're always saying, you know, in the message, and I spoke this to a few people today already. There's more of us that want these good things. There's more of us that are righteous, that just want peace and to live well, than those that are trying to always oppress us and stop these things from happening, right? There's more of us, so we rise. Yes, and that's what this is about. And it's a unity. All right, okay, that concludes our tributes, and we'll have our candle here. Thank you again, Richard, for your words, and also for reaching out to Amy's family and gathering that as well. We were hoping to have Blaze Smith, who is Yvonne's son, join us. He was trying to send us a video message, but you know, we'll share that. If he sends that to us, we'll share that with the community through our LA Poet Society site. But we're gonna move on to the next part. All right, and then this is a picture from that first action at Beyond Baroque. Shoot, we had a banner, which I thought we were gonna get back today, but you know, things happen, so it's okay. But this is the LA 100,000 Poets for Change banner with the peace in the center, but each ring represents those three pillars: justice, peace, and sustainability. And that's Yvonne looking fierce on the stage. And I think Julio, you were a part of that first one as well. Julio Conguero, the conga poet, you were part of that first action as well, and have been a part of it since.
And I organized the one in Spanish, and we have a lot of people that came.
Yeah, I want you to speak on that too when you come up. But yeah, we have a lot of the OGs in the house too that can speak about their activism. And that World Poetry Festival, yeah, there was a multilingual Poesía Festival that Antonieta hosted, that also went on. Like every segment, every house of poetry had an hour, and you know, it was amazing.
What year was that?
2011. And then it would, you know, and we tried to repeat it as much as we could. But as long as we have an action, that's what's important. Okay, so now we're gonna go. It's your turn, everybody. And I'm gonna keep this real short because I know we're gonna head into our reading portion, our marathon reading, but I got a little exercise for you. So go ahead, you have a program. Everybody has a program. And if you open that program, there should be a blank space in the side. So I'm gonna pass out some pens, some type of writing utensil here. And hopefully they work. Yeah, there's pens back there. Okay, great. So everybody gets pens. Inside the program. Yeah, inside. Oh, the more narrow paper has yeah, there you go. Pen. Okay, I appreciate that. Anybody?
Anything else? Yeah. The writers. Anybody else?
Surprise.
Great, okay.
All right.
Okay. I'll pass that out in a minute. Okay.
So this next part is your part. So this event is all about, it's about activism, but it's through the means of art. So we call that artivism, right? When you're using your poetry, your dance, your music, you know, when you're using your creativity as a means of expression to amplify a message for change, for action, that's artivism. So originally what I wanted to do was have a discussion about how we activate our artivism, how we activate ourselves to use what we're passionate about for a cause bigger than us, or for something that has been maybe a pain point in your own life, or your surrounding, your close, you know, your relatives, your close circle's life. So how can you use that tool of your art to amplify that message, right? How can you use it to take more action? So that's what I wanted to talk about, or that's what I want just for you to keep in mind. And also I want to invite the featured guests that are going to come up here. And also we do have open mic for the people happening later today as well. But when you come up, I'd like you to think about that too for yourself. And how is it that you use your creativity as a means to amplify a message, as a means to take action and be more visible, or make a topic more visible? Okay, so it is now your time to activate. So what are we going to activate? You're going to activate your voice for social justice, for a cause. We're here because we're all agents of change, meaning that we don't want to just sit idle like a flower. They're beautiful, but we want to make movement. We want to make movement. Movement is it's reciprocal, right? For that law, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. An object in motion stays in motion. All those different physical laws. I hope I'm right. That also works through what you create. When you put something out there, you're offering the opportunity to others to take it, to catch it, right? To see it, to respond to it. Okay. So right now you have that your program open, you have your pen. So what I'd like you to do is think of that pinpoint, that pain or that difficulty. It doesn't necessarily have to be super pain, but that difficulty maybe that you've encountered in your own life or those around you that are close to you. Think about that. Think about that topic and maybe write that word on your paper. We'll start with that. Write that word on your paper. And then from there, what I'd like you to do is explore that a little bit more using your creativity. If you're a writer or poet, explore that topic and think about how you can pivot it to amplify that issue so that others may see it, and do something so that it doesn't cause any more pain to others. So it's not so difficult to others. Or use your words or your creativity to examine it and try to maybe break it apart. What is the root of that pain point? Like, why does that happen? For example, well, in my mini essay, I talk about the veterans, right? I talk about vets. I myself didn't sign up for a service, but my mom and dad were both in the military. My grandparents, you know, I have all these lines of people that decided to sign up and put on the uniform. And in seeing that, you know, that's their decision, I can go deeper into that and think why are all these brown people going in the military? Maybe there was no other opportunities to make a living, eh? That could be, I could talk about that. Or I could also talk about that from this standpoint, like I mentioned, well, if you go back to our indigenous brothers and you go back to the beginning, our ancestors, the indigenous, wherever you're from, you know, for every community of people, there's the warriors, those that will protect it. And it doesn't mean that they want to kill, it just means that they will defend what they care about, right? So think about that and how someone that chooses to defend their community, like, what is it inside them that makes them want to do that? And then for those people that choose to do that, to be the defense, like, how should their community treat them? Would you think the community would respect them for wanting to defend community? Or would they want to be, like, oh, get out of here? So it's kind of like through that lens that I see the veterans of today, right, that are holding their cardboard signs or out there missing limbs and just left to nothing, right? They're just stranded. And I think about them like, wow, what an atrocity that we don't honor our warriors, right? What an, so that's where my lens went. But think of that topic, think of that, and use your creativity. And if you're not a writer, think, and you're like, oh, I'm more of an engineer, I'm a doctor, I'm, how are you going to use your tool to help amplify that issue or make better that issue? So that's what I'd like you to do. And also, don't worry about how you're spelling. Don't worry about erasing ideas. Just write down whatever's coming to your mind. This is just for you. Go with the flow. And remember, poetry does not have to rhyme. So don't worry about trying to make it rhyme. And right now, what you're participating in is collective consciousness. And it is this energy of care and consideration for things bigger than ourselves that magnifies and pushes movement forward. So we'll take a couple minutes, and that's our writing exercise. So go ahead and you're activated. I activated you, hopefully. So you're off, and I'll write as well. And I'll put a timer. We'll do like a 4-minute writing. Okay, that's time. Today is 9:23. It's Saturday and it's 2:21 p.m. I don't know if you time stamp your stuff, but I guess. All right, I hope that gave you an opportunity to kind of dive in a little more and something that maybe you know that you hadn't really thought about or gave sometimes it's painful to go there and think about things that obviously that hurt us or that have caused pain in the lives of those that we love. But I'll tell you one thing. There's so much power in your words. So much power in your action. There's so much power in your creativity, your creation, what you produce and let be seen. That power allows others to connect. And the reason it's so powerful is because of that connection. Knowing you're not alone, knowing that others share your story or have been there. Even, so many of us, I feel, are hidden or embarrassed or sometimes ashamed or scared. And when we see those stories, hear those stories, see that art, it makes us feel, number one, our humanity, that, okay, it's all right. Okay, it's okay. And that you're not alone. That feeling of not being alone is powerful because, again, there's so many more of us. There's the world of people that want goodness. There's a world of people that want justice, that want to just be alive and thrive, We're happy people. Most, people just want to be alive and enjoy their lives and enjoy the people that they care about, enjoy that whole experience of being a living being with others. And that connection is, it's very empowering. It is so empowering. It is everything. And you become a candle. You become that light. When others see your light, it inspires more to also light up their own inner light, and take that stance. And collective consciousness is a powerful tool because if we're all on the same page seeking something positive, ooh, watch out. That other side, those tyrants, they're scared of us. They know there's a world full of people that can just stomp on them like an ant. But we also have to be brave and believe in that unity to be able to successfully do that. But nevertheless, in your own communities, in your own network, in your own worlds, you're all like an orbit, things orbit around you. You're all, you're a star. We're all a star, right? We're all stardust. So in your own orbit, you can affect those around you. Absolutely. And it's important, it's important to be visible. It's so important. And thank you for writing. And I hope, it's igniting something inside you, something new. You're welcome to share it at Open Mic for the People, or if you're on the, if you have the feature coming up, you're welcome to share. I'm going to hand out one more thing to y'all, and I want you to hold on to it, but because I want to make sure to catch you before you all leave. Don't be leaving yet. But I do want to close the circle on our event too, to make sure I get your feedback. So I'm going to pass out, or we're going to just kind of pass out these feedback forms. Hold on to them and just, you can drop them off on in the LA Poet Society table before, later on. But I want to make sure I get these out. So you can take one and pass it back. That'll be great. And so just hold on to your pens, and then you can fill that out later. All right, thank you for writing with me. I do these, and this is a new thing I do at the open mics. Is this? I call it a right now writing workshop, mini workshop. Just literally right now, we're doing it. 5 minutes. And Shonda's here, beautiful Shonda Buchanan. Welcome. You make yourself comfortable. I also want to say Graham's Family Cooking does have some delicious food. If y'all hadn't got a plate, they have a lasagna salad for $14. You can just go in the kitchen, see one of the wonderful staff in there. Thank you again. So our next step is the food drive. Okay, so this is technically our guided stretch break before we get into our marathon reading, because once the marathon starts, we're going to keep going until 4. So now what I'd like us to do, and give you all the opportunity, and by the way, the bathrooms are down the hall to the right if anyone has to go, but now is our walk for empathy. So around the space, we have different stations set up. And what I'd like you all to visit, and we'll get the lights back up. If you right by the printers in front of Mary's table, there is a section for messages for change. So you have your pen there. You can go ahead and write down anything you want to leave, messages for change, because 100,000 Poets for Change has lots of different, there's a lot of different things that we want to see change. You can write your message there. There's also messages for Terry. As I mentioned, Terry Carrion is Michael Rothenberg's widow, right? And I thought this would be a great opportunity also to collect messages for her to pass on to her. Just, I feel she needs to be lifted up right now. This being especially the first event without her husband. And I mean, it can't be easy. It can't be easy. And I want her to see that we're all here for her and thinking of her as well. So there's a opportunity to write messages for change, messages for Terry. Also, I welcome you to come and check out our vendors. We have Egyptian Princess 8 here inside. Outside, there's the LA Poet Society table. There's Sista Friends Wearable Art Collective. You can see Chula's table. We also have Angel Miguel Lopez. He's a playwright. He has his plays out there. Check out the food drive table. This is a reciprocative, is that a word? Reciprocal table, right? Take what you need, leave some stuff if you brought stuff for the food drive, but this is for community, so please take what you need. If you need anything, there's so much. We're so blessed to be able to offer this to community. And also, if you walk over here, there's an installation. It's called Say Their Name, and that is there's a chain link and red ribbons. And the intention there is to write down the name of someone that you want to honor, that you want to remember, someone that was a victim of police brutality that died, right? Or it could be someone that's personal to you too, but feel free to put their name, there's Sharpies, write their name on the ribbon, tie it to the chain link fence. That's something that we've been touring around with us at our festivals. And yeah, meet our vendors. So we're gonna go ahead and take 10 minutes for that. Meanwhile, I know the Conga Poet's gonna set up and he's gonna kick off our marathon. So please do check out the different stations and we'll come back here. It's 2:29. Yeah, 10 minutes, okay? And I'll put some music on here, but it's your stretch break too. And also, yeah, Grant's Family Kitchen, she has her Zelle Cash Shop information. I'll leave this up here if anybody is feeling hungry. Delicious. Chef Lee is amazing and a great support of LA Poet Society and also of the Sims Library of Poetry. And I'm also going to play a song from Juan Flautista. He has a new release called Alma Chicana. So I'll be playing that as y'all are checking things out. He sent it here. I was gonna play his song. I don't know if I can send it. Let me see. Oh, we can put the lights on. So these are the house lights. Sorry. Let me get those back. Okay. I'm Jessica.
It's okay. If I can't go, it's okay. I'm not playing Christian, but it's because I gotta go. I haven't done it. But you don't have to worry.
Okay. Yeah, you're the program. Did you get a program? I put your name on there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Time it.
Yeah.
But
Thank you.
again, I don't want to change that. You just, I gotta go out.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. My name is What's your name? Hi, Jessica.
Jessica, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I saw you sometime ago.
Oh, yeah.
See, I saw you, I just can't.
Really, I have something to do in the morning, and I know the event will start from 24.
Yeah.
So I just scan, and there is a paper to see that is, what do you like most? Right now, I can.
Oh, no, you can get the shoe before you go.
No, I, very, really, I like to write.
Yeah.
But I like to write in both languages.
Oh.
But mostly,
See you a few times.
I like to write.
Yes.
I write all the time.
She's an amazing Spanish person.
Oh, yeah.
Colombiana.
From
Antonieta.
Colombia. I have 30 years living in this country, but I'm come from El Salvador.
Oh, El Salvador.
El Salvador. You are Spanish. Oh, you Spanish poet. Oh.
Or Colombiana, and she writes, yeah, she has a lot of libros en español.
En español, no, sí, se puede en español también porque pensaba que era inglés todo.
Oh, sí.
¿Cuántos años tiene como poeta?
Ya, no, desde que yo escribo desde que tenía 10 años.
Ajá, yo escribo desde hace muchos años, pero
¿En español?
en español me gusta escribir,
Claro.
pero sí me gustaría más agarrar más tips, cómo mejorar. O sea, sí me gusta, pero es muy importante que yo venga a estos eventos para sí, con mucho gusto.
Yeah, or if you have, I think I have a little bit of cash, but yeah, I'm not.
Sí.
Yeah, you can use the
Sí,
Venmo. Thank you.
Ahorita hizo el ejercicio que te ha dicho.
Yo poquito
You can hold
escribía
on to
en
the
este
graph for
momento.
you.
Lo traté de hacer en inglés. ¿Usted lo hizo en español? Oh, yo lo hice en inglés, pero
Yo lo hice en los dos.
en los dos lo hice en inglés.
Jessica, where do we put this? Is there a little?
Oh, here, let's use this. We'll put this on the porch society. La mesa de.
¿Dónde?
Yeah, you can put it on the table. Our porch society.
¿Cómo se llama? Disculpe. ¿Cómo se llama?
Antonieta Biemi.
Antonieta.
She's gonna read later.
Oh.
too.
Sí, lo voy a ver. Lo voy a ver.
Sí, pues, sí.
¿A dónde lo ahorita lo
Still around.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
Right on over the Joker sale. I mean, it's house around.
You got the test. Oh. Did you want me to say that? Yeah.
Of Alma Chicana by Juan Platista. Me started over. Thank you, Inez. Everybody, let's hear it for Inez. Thank you. All right, here we go.
And your eyes were open and everything. Oh, that's.
Stars dancing round all night. And I know how que pierda la razón, baila mi alma chicana, el fuego de mi alma, vuelva a mi corazón, que pierda la razón, enamorado de ti, enamorado de ti. Stars dancing round all night. Que pierda la razón, baila mi alma chicana, I don't have any books, but I have like 15 videos on YouTube. I'm gonna stream. But sure, you know that it's my intro. I will bookmark. You want to take it now. Video portion. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see if it's a Verizon. On the info
Let me do my draw second.
While you do it,
Oh.
while you're doing what you're doing, I need to see.
What do you mean? Yeah.
I don't just, oh no, but
I
I
moved-
recorded it. Audio wise, not just thinking of doing
Most of my
or something
recording,
like that.
no, everything is on YouTube.
Okay.
My recordings are live. And as I'm playing, I'm reciting my poetry.
Okay. You never thought about like recording it like record, album, whatever, however you want to put that.
I did do a CD about a few years back, and maybe I can do another CD, you know, because after you do a CD, man, then afterwards you listen to it, oh man, there's mistakes in there.
But look, better than not doing it at all.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you can like, okay, it's like you just get approval on it.
it's like, yeah,
But I get you. It's like you're critical of yourself.
yeah, it's all.
Yeah, yeah. I know. Hey, we'll collaborate in the future.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for offering that.
Yes, sir.
It's human, changes the skins and people play guitars, everything just.
You have to turn on the mic. Turn the mic on.
1, 2, 1, 2, testing. 2, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Right there's good. Thank you.
When I turn that one on, it turns off the balance. That's why I was like, I don't know, do you want to try to help me set like mix with it?
Okay,
Okay, let me turn it off.
so just talking
Just-
to it and then see what happens. Hello.
I do apologize. I'm relatively new here.
Hello.
Figure this out.
Hello. Ahí también, estamos bien. Aló.
You want to try like,
Testing, 1, 2, 3. This is something that I'm not gonna do. Wait, hold on. Celebrate another day. Love, cheers. 100 a year. Give to those tears. Every day Christmas, every day Hanukkah, every day Ramadan, every day Kwanzaa. Give shelter to those who need. Is that one on? Yeah. Cure the tree ill. Feed it to those who hunger. Compassion is good.
Okay, we figured it out. Thank you for being patient with me.
It's the only gun that I actually have in there, but the reach from the longest one, two. Three at night, so I think it's probably moved out. If it's an oil on it, signal. More of a non-con type drum. There's different, yeah, you could. It's a white engine. Did you just say here? Yeah. Where are you at? Yeah. Vilma. Up at DSC show. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm supporting. Yeah.
And then, oh wait, where's my plan?
I was like, the most.
All right, we're back and we're live. We're still live?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I do this. We're great. Welcome back, 100,000 Poets for Change. So before we get started. Yeah, absolutely. We got this, we got this. All right, so thank you. Welcome back. I hope you had a good stretch and enjoyed some delicious food. Again, I want to thank all of our vendors and sponsors here today. Thank you again to the California Art Council for supporting LA Poet Society. I want to go ahead and also kind of do my due diligence and pass around a hat. You know, no obligation, but the love helps and supports because it takes time, it takes energy, and it's love too. I gotta say, we do love doing this. Where else? Why would we do it? We love it. So anyway, Viva la Poesía. This is gonna go around, and I'm gonna go ahead and introduce our first guest. And you know, just pass it along. Good vibes. If you can't, that's okay too. No worries. And I'm gonna bring up Julio the Conga Poet. Alrighty, kicking off our marathon. So marathon readers, you are beloveds of LA Poet Society and also recognized as organizers and activists. And y'all got 5 minutes, okay? So we're gonna just keep it, it's a marathon, but we rolling through it. And starting with Julio the Conga Poet, I gotta say this brother is righteous. Not only is he a talented writer, but he holds it down as a fierce conguero. And he's never been one to like step back. He's fierce, like someone that I admire a lot. And he also, we got to go up north to Santa Rosa to where the chief lived, right? Michael Rothenberg, and be in his own domain and see like the effects he had in his own community. And also we got to be a part of the 100,000 Poets for Change up there in Santa Rosa.
Masaba Huda, the last poet.
Yes. We saw Masaba from the Last Poets, yes. But he's totally righteous. So he's a conguero. He, let's see here. He says he's a late bloomer. He's also a nurse. I think he retired, but let's give it up. He's a nurse. And let's see. He says he was discriminated. He says he failed a grade because he, let's see, it made him stutter and he didn't understand that hate. He was raised poor, he says. That his dad gambled and had an outcast of friends. And, you know, things were hard. He had some hard times growing up. He also he's bi-coastal, comes here from Buffalo, New York, but he's been an LA guy for quite some time. So he's one of our LA corazones here. And the drums call, he says he follows the heart of ancient rhythms and it's a guiding art. And he says, long live Ho Chi Minh. And here we are with Julio the Conga Poet. Let's hear it. Thank you, Julio.
Most of my poetry has been politically and socially activated by what's going on, you know, as we live in this imperial country. And just lately, I've just been getting into things like love, and it took me a while to start bringing it out. So I think that's part of being a revolutionary too.
Yeah.
So I'm going to play these next 3 rhythms with 3 different Afro-Puerto Rican rhythms on my drum. Sexy rain from the sky, fill me up, blue line. Sexy rain from the sky, fill me up, blue line. Sexy rain, to love you, come down. See rain on sky, till the love is done. Swallow your cup in the nights. Moving the sound. Your moisture, your mood, can tell you. See, smell it, feel it. I do you're long and long and feel free. Sexy rain on the sky. This is a poem I've had for like about 13 years. And there were things missing, and I think I finally found them, and hope you like it. Skin on skin. So, brother, and hello to everybody. For me to do not salute people. I'm like that. I'm kind of like, you know, when you're up here, man, you're just like, but hello, everybody. I'm the Conga poet. I don't have any books, so but you can find me as Conga poet on YouTube. I have like about 15 videos. Put some likes on there. Enjoy them. They're really nice. And they're short, so they won't. You won't get bored. You have a good laugh. I'm playing amigo. I'm playing trip for all the people. Oh, tambo, 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 oh, tambo, 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 tambo. Hear the thunder. Spoken word. Kick back your head. There's something I heard. Tambo, tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo. I'm not away. When I hear my drum play, there's humanity more. We went it the right way. Oh, tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo. Oh, tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo. Ancient rhythm. Oh, man. When you cooperate, brother, and we sing. Oh, tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo. Oh, tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo. Keep your traditions. Keep your roots. Local economy. Gonna fuck us with one tune. Tambo, tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo. Tambo, tambo, tambo. Heard one time Muhammad Ali gave a commemoration speech at a university. And so he finished it, and somebody from the crowd some young white kid. And he said, "Hey, Ali, you know, you're a famous poet. Give us a poem, man." So he paused and he said, "You, me." So anyways, that always stuck with me, and here's a poem. I'll play this with Yuba 68. Yuba. We're all black. Whether you're showing black or not, we're all black because we're all from Africa. So we're all. We're all black from the original man, over 300,000 years old. Each of you travel. Dark melanated skin to explore the African grasslands, designed to adapt and morph. Develop kingly spring air to aerate and cool off savannah sweat. Selected biodiversity. Strong arms, long legs, facilitation, fast twitch thinking, water for exploration. 70,000 years ago, we migrated out of Africa. Planetary change in the southern and northern skies. Deactivated our melanin and mutated some blue eyes. Went back to the straight hair that our black babies still down. Big is our genetic pool. Winter winds. Air will blow. Crossing Eurasian mountains, we got gold. Top genetic diversification already had epicanthic folds. Wait, are you engineer for both land and sea travel out of Africa? We seeded the world. Hey, talking to you. What, you recognize me? You are me. I and you. Hold me, hold me. Don't you know me? Hold me, hold me. Don't you know me? Hold me, hold me.
Yeah.
Got videos on YouTube. Thank you. Give me some likes. Short videos.
The poet. What's up, brother? Family in the house. Julio, the Conga poet. Just Conga. All right. Anyway, yeah, definitely check him out on YouTube. And he has some CDs floating around. He has, they all sold out though, but that's good. That's good. You gotta check it out. All right, our next reader is gonna be, well, I have to say, with Dion, who had some trouble with his car, so we're gonna just send some good vibes and hope things work out. And Milo in the house. I don't think Milo made it. Milo, we love you. We're missing you, but hey, life happens. Okay. All right, Ideas Aubrey in the house. Spoken word artist.
opens up his heart on the stage, lets his audience feel better walking out than they walked in. He's got positive vibes to share. He travels around with his poesía, with his poetry. Let's hear it for Ideas, Aubrey.
Snap, son. That was up.
Let's go. Got five.
Sure, please. I got this. Can I get the snaps? Ooh, can I get some claps? Yeah. Me and you had this type of connection I never even knew about. When I can speak to you like languages and words and words my own words, I can just see it. Beautiful words around my own true body. No else can really feel me. No else can really see what I have to go through. Me and you. High school. Fairfax High. That's how it began. 10th grade. And you just shuffling your cards. Yeah, the game was Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember those days. My dark magician girl, magician of black chaos. I first stepped in that poetry club. I didn't know poetry. I never written it, never seen it. I can't even tell you who was White Women or Eminem Dixon. I'm giving Maya Angelou. I knew something about me. I was skinny, insecure, had eczema. Hide myself from my own true colors of darkness. But you knew. You had this talent in me. This nine-tailed fox demon in me. My ways, I never even knew it, but I wanted to open up my own true shining God. It's called poetry. It's called poetry. And I've been doing this game since I was 18. And I love it, like a drug with ecstasy inside of me. So I raised my hand. I spoke my very first poem. It was about my brother who got autism. I freestyled it. I never written it, never knew it. I didn't know what I was really doing. Every lunch period, right 45, I come back, a new poem, every Wednesday. That was my calling. I wasn't a jock. I wasn't a popular kid. I love this art. Love it like a drug. I love it so much I can inspire 1,000 poets in here. The feeling, the energy, the pen, the mic, the composition books. I crisscross the applesauce in Barnes and Noble, just like a place like this, and read poems over and over and over and over and over. I practice this art. A mumble mentality in me. And I share it in this city called Los Angeles, California. The emotion I give to this art is beautiful. The poise, the energy. I share my stories. I believe in myself. That's the art of poetry. That's the emotion. That's the giving. You always knew you were going to be something. Yes, you have eczema. Yes, you have a learning disability. Yes, you know you have a speech problem. Yes, that feeling of giving your all into this art is the beauty of this mic. I perform poetry from Get Lit. Perform poetry from freedom of speech. I perform poetry from New Earth Expression Money. I perform poetry from Los Angeles Poet Society. I perform poetry right with an open mic from Zoom, Twitter, or Instagram. I will bring you my art, my love, my passion. It's so much beauty of the feeling. 1,000 poets, 1,000 educators, 1,000 artists, 1,000 pens, 1,000 books. I just enjoy this day. the emotion, the depression, the anxiety, the suicidal thoughts. You go through your own true darkness. So I know how it is to open up my phone car. I know how it is to open my shining gun. I know how it is to open up that non-tell box inside of me. My own true weapon and Matthew shirts. We are poets. We are the breaking news. We are the Congress. We are the president. We are the leader of today, tomorrow, and the future. You are you. This community, my blessings, my art, my love for this stage. I gratitude myself. So artists, poets, lift up your pens, lift up your mugs, lift up your 420, your green things, whatever you feel to just to get off that edge. We are poets. Welcome to our domain. Peace and love, ideas are. Yo, let me cross it down. This is a really great thing. This is a wonderful place to come here. This is my very first time being here. I've never seen nothing like this. So thank you, Jessica. And thank you, poets, for doing this awesome event. You know, it's a wise man told me this. It takes a lot of really strong guts and gratitude to get on the stage and really do this. You know, we have different styles, different languages, and different art. But one thing we have in common is our truth, our value, and who we are. We don't judge about who, or religion, or sex, or whatever type of partner you want to be called. No, when you come to this mic, you bring something beautiful, you know. For the last decades of my life doing this since 18, I never dropped that pen. I never dropped that composition book, even though I couldn't even spell or I had to read in the 5th grade level. I practice this. You know, it's my true exercise, my true yoga, my own true instance. And when that pandemic came along, we all went to Zoom. I was still bringing that fire, still bringing that energy, still bringing something. I never gave up. It's all I never gave up on me, and I never gave up on myself. So every time you speak poetry, it's coming from that dirt, that tree, and that energy. It's like Naruto Uzumaki. It's not Naruto Fox demon in you. It's that Sharingan from Sasuke. It's that inner chakra from Joaquin Lee. The honest thing, poets, always gratitude your art and love your art and make it something different in our own true mankind. Peace and love and blessings.
Ideas are breed. That's right. All right, we got a veteran in the house. A lot of veteran 100 TTC folks in here. I love it. Antonieta Villamil, she's an activist, organizer, Colombian poet. She also has a small press, and she would host at Beyond Baroque. She would host the Poesia Festival every month, and also had her own segment at 100,000 Poets for Change. So please welcome Antonieta Villamil. Yeah. What's the best way to do it? Got it? As tight. Okay, thank you, Inez. Let's hear for Inez with Sin Butter Coffee. Thank you for helping us. Thank you so much.
This is dedicated to Michael Rothenberg and Terry and the people of Santa Rosa, California.
Brutality Games. Santa Rosa, California. Andy Lopez from Santa Rosa. Andy Lopez from California. City fog entwines our glance with the last cry. The fate of a child enrageth my tongue to conjuring words. A 13-year-old child's heart, a seed trampled on the street. My hands open umbrella to shield his life from let rain that bullets over the inner city. A child dreams of life reduced to a graveyard. 13-year-old holding a toy gun hits concrete under a bully's downpour. His life crushed alongside asphalt. The killer rinses honor on impunity decrees. While this child's hope for justice darts on comatose rainbows. Santa Rosa, California. Andy Lopez from Santa Rosa. Andy Lopez from California. The title of the next poem is kind of long. To war or not to war? 98 cents out of every dollar for war, instead of 99 cents out of every dollar for war. That is the budget question. Iraq fleets dark. Iraq remembers. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Is Gaza. Congo. Iraq darts needles against tattered leaves of iron. Iraq fleets needles of entrails. The dark bird nails every throat, its nest raw bone. Iraq remembers. Salvador, the palm tree splinters on thin tendrils of skin. Everything cries blood, debris drips atoms of heated ice, crisp skin burns metal. Iraq remembers. Argentina, Gaza,
The melting smile of day flavors uranium soil on oxygen depleted air, shouts glass and darts flash at the speed of light. Iraq dreams dark truth. Scarlet oils the palms of armless feet. A baby screams crimson shadows, and the night sparks civilians' death and horror. Iraq remembers. Bien. Were capable of welding bone to stone. The razor's hand flags a song, pockets a guilt. Make a grave for the unsayable. The dogs of war disassemble our dreams, disarm our mouths, drones, virus of a feather. The sanitation of eyes, ears, and mouths builds an empire of body bags. The sanitation of eyes, mouths, and ears. And I want to end with a very short poem I wrote on the exercise. It's dedicated to my mother. She disappeared from her home in Colombia this year on April 21st of 2023. I wrote it in Spanish, and then I translate that to English. I only want to sit at the edge of the river, to see the tree of the future grow. I only want to sit at the edge of the river, to see the tree of love grow. Dear mother, ever since you disappeared in Colombia from your home, April 21st of 2023. Solo quiero sentarme a la orilla del río, a ver el árbol del futuro crecer. Solo quiero sentarme a la orilla del río, a ver el árbol del futuro crecer. Solo quiero sentarme a la orilla del río, ave del árbol del amor crece.
Thank you, Uncle Nathan. Love you. Your mom needs to find out. Hope she's discovered, okay. And love, lots of love. And the time is the precious gift, so that's what we do, right? That we give that time to each other. I'm grateful for that. Oh yeah, love you. Okay. Right. I think it's to another chief, another captain of the helm. Richard Modiano, Director Emeritus of Young Baroque and another beat, I guess a second generation beat. I know he got to study with Gregory Corso, one of the originals, and just an amazing human. Let's bring up Richard Modiano. Okay.
Thank you, Jessica. And thank you all the people that have read before. After the Cataclysm for S.A. Griffin, truth will get communicated via old means, not new media. It will be shared by word of mouth and on paper, not online. Current social media is saturated. There is too much of it peddling lies and fear and loathing, too much commercial media play, too many channels that offer people too little choice. A new underground truth will emerge as it once did, from smart people living off very little, living in ruined and cheap neighborhoods, communicating via old experimental media. And there will be cafes and hangouts where kindred spirits and fellow travelers can commune with one another, bump into one another, talk and argue with one another, share sounds together, maybe play some old jazz riffs. Aren't we standing in a place like that right now? They can be present in person and engage in old debates about the future, have direct human encounters, not mediated screen encounters. New repertory theaters will emerge, reenacting old plays by Beckett or by Brecht or by new living theater troupes, putting fresh spins on old staples, reinventing a new vanguard, inspiring new audiences who have not, and re-energizing old ones who have not entirely forgotten what it was like the first time around. What would begin again is a new poetry underground, where a new critical culture can be incubated. It will, a will to live differently, like it did before, making our cities interesting and democratic again. Or perhaps it will not happen. Perhaps nothing like this will happen, not again. Perhaps it is no longer possible for poetry to go on, having lost so much. Try again with the old answers, fail again, fail better. And even if poetry cannot go on, it will go on, maybe for another 5,000 years.
Yeah.
I like to read and write in coffee shops, an old habit, escaped from noisy lodgings of bygone days. I share the place with the gentrified locals fixated on glowing screens if alone, yakking about what's cool if with others, talking about dreams of screenplays and auditions with the eagerness of youthful promise. They pay me no mind, the old fellow in threadbare clothes, scribbling in a pocket notebook with a fountain pen. The young barista, Pierce, braided, tattoo, took the money and handed me a coffee. As we made the exchange, I said cheerily, "Thanks, comrade." Leaning in and glancing side to side conspiratorially, the barista whispered back, "How did you know I was a communist?" Thank you.
Yeah. It's one of my favorites. I love that one. So, all right, Richard Modiano. All right. How's everybody doing? Guys, you ready? All right, you can picture me all. Y'all look great. So fabulous. And my comrade, my partner, Juan, he's doing great. I'm sending him the pictures and he's been posting them all on the Instagram. So everybody's seeing all the action we're doing here. It's amazing. All right. Next. Delma Reina. Delma Reina is an amazing award-winning poet. She also has a small press called Golden Foothills Press, resident of the San Gabriel Valley, and just a wonderful human. I'm so excited that she's here as part of 100,000 Poets for Change. Let's hear it for Delma Reina. And I'm gonna take some of the feedback off of the mic there. Little. Okay, angle.
Thank you all. We were told that we could read 1 or 2 poems, so I'm just going to read one. And it is called Hunger. It's from my book, my first collection of poetry, Rising, Falling, All of Us. Hunger. I can take the grumbles, the groans that gurgle in my stomach, morning, night, and long hours at my desk. I can take my belly sticking to itself inside. I can take this. As a child in little Texas towns, field to field, I learned that food is not a given. Work doesn't magically bring food. And some of us aren't meant to eat as others do. I can take this. My father's back was black from sun. My mother's hands like broken stone. My own were crisscrossed, red from cotton bolls, sharp leaves, and thorns. Your hands weren't meant for pencils, Mama said. Or for kissing, Papa muttered as he sat on dirt at noon. But he pressed my fingers to his lips and smiled and took a bite of bread. I could take it, eating like birds, working like horses, pushing tired bones. We piled on quilts spread on the floor at night and hummed grandmother's songs to stave our hunger. We all took it, stripped of hearts, but beating on. But my children are a different test. They look out dusty glass on windows high above the street, Chicago lights just twinkling on, in shops and sidewalks far below, the long night just unwinding. My boy and girl have drunk their cup of milk and eaten the sandwich they split. I gave them crackers and cellophane I picked up at the deli. They lie like urchins in my bed, 2 stowaways with legs entwined like twigs, bellies grumbling under the blanket that used to be mine. When our room is black and still, neons blinking half a block away, with alley drunks passed out below, I wonder at the world. I wonder at this world, at how it takes and takes and takes, at how our bones can break in toil and our hearts collapse and our spirits desiccate without a murmur of protest. I wonder at this world, at how children lie in cribs or sit at desks or lean on stoops with bellies vacant and souls the same, and how the world goes on. I can take it for myself. I can take it. Children. Children.
Thank you, Thelma. Thank you for being a voice for our children too. Oh my God, that means a lot. And that's something that I want to write more about because it brings so much pain. Like to poor children detained. And actually, that's what I wrote about a bit when we did our exercise, like that walking the world, migrating, it's a human right, it's nature. We're moving, we're mobile. Why are kids in the United States detained and caged and mylar blanket and like piled in like at all? Like, why is it even happening? But I thank you for that poem. And I'm so happy that you're here. I've been trying to get a hold of you and one of my shows for so long. So I'm happy we're finally together. Beautiful. Thank you. All right. How you guys doing? You doing good? Where you at? Ready to fish? That's right. Yes, beautiful. All right, next we have, my comrade. I love this guy. My new best friend over here, my co-anchor over here. Oh my gosh, we have so many plans together. We're radio shows, we're doing actos, we're doing radio theater, and he's the host of Tonali Thursday. Angel Miguel Lopez. He's going for his MFA in theater. And also I think you're going for a PhD pretty soon. Like, he's got great goals. But I'm really excited he's here. And born and raised in Long Beach. He studied in San Diego. Now he's over in Cal Arts over in Santa Clarita. So he's like California guy. So please welcome Angel Miguel Lopez.
Y'all call too.
And it's a drum for
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Hold on. I Miguel Lopez. First off, shout out to Jessica, Poet Society. It's crazy to think that me and Jessica just met this summer at the Olive Garden Book Festival. Now I feel like I've known you for years. So I feel like thank you for creating all the spaces, and thank you for Sims Poetry Library or Library of Poetry for helping this space. It's beautiful. So I'm an actor, I'm a playwright, I'm a director, musician. I feel like I do it all. But today I want to share with you a piece of my theater, and it's been a near and dear piece to my heart. It just premiered at the Coffee House Festival in Santa Clarita this past spring. So that was nice to see it come to life on the full stage. And I'm gonna read you just the first scene from it. So hope you enjoy. I remember this night. The longest night of my life, or so I thought at the time. See, the next morning I was headed into the lion's den where families like mine are the land. My Abba had an appointment the next morning with the judge who had decided to give us 20 minutes to present the case we've been working on for the past 2 years. And with those 20 minutes, the judge was supposed to be able to know enough about my Abba to decide whether or not he could stay in the country. I was so anxious the night before. I kept biting my fingernails. I kept getting paper cuts on all the books I had taken out from the library, books on policy, books on law, and anything that had mentioned the word deportation. I stayed up all night looking up cases and examples where people didn't get deported. Members of the family were given a few minutes to say things that could help this case. So I wanted to explain how hardworking and good he was to his family, but I couldn't seem to find a way to write it. So my older brother told me to write it like an escrito, a written. Fuck structure, he said. You tell them what comes from here. I had always been better with my pen, and I needed his help to find my own voice. See, my mom told him he couldn't go to the hearing knowing how temperamental he was. I mean, she acted like he had rebellious written across his forehead. He agreed, only because he had told me that everything I was going to say would be everything he would have said anyway. It was one of the first times my brother and I actually connected over something. I was hopeful. I went to bed at 2:37 a.m., my eyes watery from reading in low light, hands shaky from writing. I was ready for that judge to hear what I had to say, ready for him to know how much I needed my body, how much we relied on him, how much this meant. What I didn't realize was that at 2:47 a.m., ICE agents were going over the plan 2 blocks over. I didn't realize that they got a warrant out for his arrest earlier that day. I didn't realize that instead of spending my time writing that escrito, I could have woken up my Abba to give me another hug and to tell me that no matter what happened, everything was going to be okay. I didn't realize they were going to take him that night. He wasn't going to be able to share his story. his struggles, anything, because all they saw him as was another wetback they wanted to send home. They took him from me that night, and that escrito was for nothing. At least that's what I thought at the time. Looking back now, I can't believe how wrong I was. I kept that escrito. I went and I got it printed and I put it on my wall. For a while, I could probably recite it from heart. Do you see? Can you see how the world conspired against me? You work hard, get rewarded. Unless you're Latino, you aren't important. See, my Abba came to this country for that better life, the one he promised his wife. He looks to a norte as the slaves look at the North Star, a sign of a better future, a place he could go far. He's worked, struggled, never laying a hand on my mother, unlike many people that have citizenship with some white skin color. I always thought it was kind of funny. Trump said all Mexicans are rapists, but I'm pretty sure he's on many lists of women that have been abused by him. And if we can look past the Kavanaughs and the Clintons and all the crimes they committed, why can't we look past the fact he came without papers when he was on the levee? Limited by a paper saying who's in and who's out. You gave us 20 minutes. I urge you, have no doubt. My father loves this country, regardless of his errors. Pays his taxes and follows his laws, never any errors. Can't you see how much he truly cares? Send him away, let him stay. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we say. It's up to you, Your Honor. Are you going to keep the status quo? Or are you going to be the one that helps the system change? Let me know. I have a small play, my first 10-minute play. It's called Let's Just Be Blunt. I have small copies outside, independently published. This was from Misa Escritos, and I'm happy to announce, I'm going to share a little sneak peek that it's going to be coming to LA Poet Society Press coming 2024, hopefully. So you will be able to see that get published. I'm not first ever published work, so shout out to Jessica for making one of my biggest dreams ever come true. And so you be excited to see a lot more theater with LA Poet Society in the coming months and coming years. And the next Wednesday, tap in with us. We'll have all the information on our socials. Thank y'all. My name is Miguel Lopez, everybody else, and everybody performing. Let's get it.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it when the genres converge and we make new babies, you know, like I love it. I love it. It's great. You know, it's all creativity. Yes, and so next week on Radio Lean, www.radiolean.org, 6 p.m. That's when I go live on the radio. And Angel and I we're gonna do we're gonna perform the Militants, or maybe more Angel than me, I don't know, but I'm supporting Militants by Luis Valdez. So Actos, you know, he's one of the pioneers of Chicano teatro, and I know you saw him last week, so I gotta get the scoop. But nevertheless, we're out here, and hey, Mr. Chai Team in the house. All right, have a seat. Welcome back home. He's part of the CLI group. A lot of y'all, I think, are also part of CLI. So Ayana too. She's got her little black poetry book, and we're gonna be publishing Ayana. You're coming up next right now, aren't you? I think you're the next one. Oh yeah. All right. Ayana Chanel is our next guest at the mic, and I just was dropping the news. But we're gonna be such an honor, honestly. We're gonna be publishing Ayana's book, Hood Child, in December this year, in time for her birthday too. So anyhow, you're gonna be our second single author book that LA Poet Society Press is publishing. So we're really excited and honored. Ayana is a powerhouse. She is wise, and I know, like, she's super, well, you're a young gal, we're all young here, but you know, you're young and wise, and she speaks like she's got many decades and centuries of wisdom there. I don't know, you rock. And also her and I got to be part, and thanks to Shonda Buchanan over here, we got to take all three of us got to take pictures. We were part of the Stand Up to Cancer commercial PSA, thank you. Representing the Black voice, representing the brown voice. So glad, I love it, Shonda. So my sister, you ready? Ayana Chanel, let's hear it, right? All over. Proud of you. I love Ayana. I am amazing.
Hi, everyone. I'm gonna do 2 quick pieces for you guys today. Can you make some noise? This first poem, you guys will be joining along with me, and you guys will be helping me. I hope that's all right with you guys. If you could repeat the lines, I love myself.
Let's practice. I love myself.
I love myself.
One more time. I love myself.
I love myself.
All right, thank you so much. This is the self-titled self-love poem. So every time I say I love myself, you would just say that to me. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. I love myself
I love myself.
so much that I blush every time I see me. My voice is a love song, and hearing it makes me want to dance in the middle of grocery store aisles. I love myself
I love myself.
so much. And when I feel ugly, I remind myself that there is beauty instilled in everything. So why would it not be found in me? When I feel clumsy, I remind myself that we are all gifted with grace. When I feel stupid and useless and down and out, I will give myself forgiveness, give myself mercy for ever being disgusted by me. See, my name is Ayana, and it means beautiful flower. Now, I'm not sure in which language, but my mother said so, so I know it must be true. And I tell people that my name means bouquets of roses. And I buy myself bouquets of roses every single month on the 14th, because waiting just once a year for February to come around is too little to show myself some self-love. See, I love myself.
I love myself.
So much that I surprise myself with self-care days and quality time and delicious cooked food. I love myself.
I love myself.
So much that I say that every single mirror I pass by, I be like, damn, girl. You are beautiful. You are ethereal. You are heaven sent. You are gospel. So I know that you must mean good news. I love myself.
I love myself.
So much that I whisper it late at night as pillow talks and scream it in the face of hate. I love myself.
I love myself.
So much that I remind myself that when we love others, we give them forgiveness. We give them mercy and understanding, even when they fail us time and time and time again. So why not save just a little bit of that for ourselves? Why not allow myself the space to get things wrong and not always be perfect, and ever so occasionally stumble over my own words? And even in the darkest of hours, or the earliest of mornings, when I have trouble simply getting up out of bed, I will sit there and repeat it over and over again until infinity engulfs me, until I feel it from the bottom of my feet to the top of my head. I love myself. I love myself. I love myself.
I love myself.
I love myself.
I love myself.
Thank you for participating. I know, dry yourself off, so I know.
It's so good.
This,
So happy.
thank you. This last poem is specifically in honor of all of the elders, but specifically the women who have raised me, the poets who have raised me, and inspired me to keep writing. Jessica mentioned it, but you are someone who inspires me to keep writing. Shonda in the back, all of the women who have brought me up, the women at the world stage, the leaders and mentors that I had while I was in CLI, everyone has brought me up and made sure that my voice was heard and given me a space to tell my story and to share. Especially, I mean, I know it says 19, I turned 20, I'll be turning 21 in December. I know, I forgot to change it, so it's on me. But you know, I'm very young, and a lot of times when I've walked into certain places, my voice has been discredited, or like my story has been, you know, pushed to the side because I'm not someone who's like lived in my years for some reason. But whenever I come here, whenever I come to the world stage, whenever I'm around poets, I feel heard. I feel secure.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. This poem is called Still Rising. It is in response to Maya Angelou's "And Still I Rise." I am refusing to ever descend again after my mother, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, and those before and beyond me have all endured their own broken wings to ensure that I would one day take flight. See, I rise because Maya said so, explaining to me that my existence is not burdened, I am not cursed, no, we are heavenly. Her voice is like gospel ringing in my ears, and I will always respond to anything she says. I rise because I was birthed from dead flames. So you're damn right, I have been through hell. I rise because too many will find satisfaction in my downfall. See, I've been hunted at like duck season, aiming at my every move. So yes, they will be upset when I make it out alive. I rise because I know no other direction. It is built into me like going south for winter, internal compasses passed down through North Star guidance. This is instinct. It always has been. There is nowhere to go but up.
I'm happy, see, the wisdom of the elders, beautiful, love it. How y'all doing? Raising us up, I love it, see, unity, come unity, you know, rise up together, I love it. Sean Hill is about to come on up here. and get his- I love Sean. Look. So God, what's up, everybody? Thank you for being here. 100,000 Poets for Change, Los Angeles. What's up, everybody online? All right, Sean Hill is an actor, spoken word poet, amazing friend. He has a TED Talk. He's gonna, I don't know, he's gonna drop some truth. Let's go. Let's go. We love you, man. Let's go.
I got it. You're up to talk. You're up to talk with me. I'll do it. You're up to talk.
Thank you.
Totally fine.
I got coffee. I have coffee.
The infinite connection, limited lessons. No more guessing when we start reflecting. No more deflection when we start confronting. No more fighting when we start embracing, remembering unity is more important than you or me. Individually, we are beauty manifested, tested up to this very second, passing lovely, tougher than rugby, love feeling love, freedom feeling free, life feeling right, light living light, energetically weightless, so present, no gifts at Christmas. We live in moments like miracles exist, and you are worth every second. So it's time to elevate, tune our station, set it straight. You only need one frequency to feel alive. Our lives reflect and rise as we find our tribe. Thank you for being a beautiful tribe. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Let me tell you. One of my favorite, man, all of y'all have said something that already touched me. Like all of y'all have already opened me up. I'm like a mess right now. It was beautiful, y'all. Y'all were, dropping the gems. And it always does feel good when you're around poets, when you're around your community, your tribe. So I felt like that was the right poem to open with, y'all. Gosh, yeah. And I think one of my favorite compliments that I know to give a poet is that each one of y'all that I've been able to see up on this stage yet, each one of you did a poem that I wish I was like, oh, I wish I wrote something like that. I want to write a poem like that one. That poem was so good. So thank you. Thank you. Just in case, thank you. And in honor of Amy and gosh, and Michael and Yvonne, I was like, what's the poem that I could pick that's most like in their vein of changing the world or like the subtle kind of hints of life brimming behind a poem, you know, and it just like falls on you at the end. You're like, what just happened, right? I love those moments. It felt like this was the right poem to pick that I'm going to do. And what else can I say? Oh, for those of you that don't know, my name is Sean Hill. Pleasure to meet y'all. One of the few faces that I haven't met before. And I've been doing poetry ever since I was in middle school. My brother inspired me to write. He was in a gang at the time. He was 5 years older, wrong place, wrong time, kind of thing. And every time he shared poetry, I noticed he felt better. I noticed he felt lighter. I noticed he was just really creative with whatever he was saying. And it seemed like those demons inside him kind of like took a break every time he dove into poetry. So that's when I first fell in love with it. And it grabbed a hold of me ever since. Poetry. I don't know what this is, but it feels like poetry grabbing me. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, I'm gonna dive into it. Because I feel like every poet has to do an anti-war poem.
called Supernova Battle Cry. But the war is inspiration. Proudly patriotic, our duty, a must, a necessary evil, a justified attack, a way of the world, no other route. Until you find out how mothers have the best battle cries when a son dies. Sometimes not enough pieces of them left to ship home. A black hole endlessly creating itself in parents' hearts, believing war is necessary to bring peace, is thinking drowning necessary to breathe air. We teach our children to solve problems and misunderstandings through dialogue, compromise, the sacrifice of pride. But as adults, we send the same children to wars. We built them weapons to fight for, ideals we all don't really believe in. A last resort, no other way. Self-defense, freedom. This is just how it is. The greatest untold battles are fought in our hearts and minds. Not taking the time to truly apply a new solution has become a tired tale. We no longer fall asleep. We have practiced more patience to hate ourselves in wars than develop love for someone else, which we can change by rearranging our priorities of which book we want to read first from off our shelves. The book of last resorts is better to read if we're planning vacations. The book of no other way is really a lazy read for not trying harder or applying perspective. The book of self-defense has been more of a stubborn belief that our life is more important than another's because they have a different culture we don't fully understand. And this book is based on a true story. Historically, I see the last book we often read, the book of freedom. This old shelf holding this old story. We think these are self-help books, they turn out to be self-hurt. Establishing freedom by killing in wars is an arranged marriage attitude, hoping what we put in place is the best for both parties without fully knowing and caring who and what they want within. Within, we can begin to stop these wars. Weapons fall when hearts think. The suns will rise, our souls will blink. We can't fight if there are no soldiers or believers of war on either side. When soldiers decide it is better to live for their ideals than die for their country, who made their ideals, dying for their country, dying for our country is in fact hurting our country by taking away our precious lives, fracturing our lovely families, minusing a father, mother, sister, brother, all the same in the name of honor, but not in integrity. To know why we fight, to know the history of who we are before the end of this book, find out what it means to be human. We can choose to help our human leaders who make mistakes like the rest of us figure things out by standing down, sitting down, and enjoying a show together. Make some art that will heal wounds so much sooner than making new ones. Believe me, it works. I've seen it. I've heard it, I felt it, I read it, the works of people war-torn who mend themselves in the silence and peace of reading, understanding poetry, peace on a canvas, peace in writing, peace on that big screen, peace in creating a theater scene, peace in writing a story, peace in making laughter, peace in making peace inside, putting together pieces that we thought we could hide with bombs and bullets, thought we could stuff good intentions inside ammunition, but really inside us, inside all of us that believe in war, there is a bomb we can dismantle. There is a bullet we don't need to fire. There is a fire we don't ever need to set. I don't know exactly what will happen when we push reset, but I do know it is the best step towards the direction of love. Real love for each other, ourselves, real self-reflection of the complaints we are cancered of saying, and beautiful, realistic world peace will be ours for the making, ours for the creating, ours for the enjoying. And finally, we can put an end to creating black holes in the hearts of parents. We can start keeping our new dawns, our new suns, burning their light fiery, spinning true, keeping our solar systems aligned,
lovely, brightly alive. Stay alive. Thank you for listening. And I hear y'all, like I hear every cause, I hear every story. I take it in as much as I can. So it's been a long time for me being a 40-year-old poet now and growing up with y'all so much in the poetry scene. And I just wanted to let y'all know it's been a great evolution for me personally to feel like I was that poet that just wanted to get up and share a piece. And now I can't wait to listen to more pieces. You know, that's a beautiful, beautiful turnaround for me that I've noticed even today. So thank y'all. Thank y'all for writing. Please keep writing. Please keep writing. Keep writing.
Oh, give it up one more time for Sean Hill. Sean Hill. I'm being a little transitional. I'll just pretend it's another junior thing. Yeah, man, talk to lasagna. Don't support our local caterers. You know what I mean? Make sure they get all that food taken care of. But you want to take care of the next situation?
Yeah, it's one of my sisters. Where's the camp?
The what? Oh, where? Oh, it's over there by Julio. Here, let's see.
Never came up.
Oh, okay, let's pass the love can around again. Thank you. No, good. Thank you. She looking out for me. We're gonna pass the hat again. Everybody feels more love. Yeah, that's all good. And also, last call for the kitchen lasagna. They got lasagna and salad if y'all want some before they go. Go ahead to the kitchen now. All right, I'm so honored and excited to introduce someone who is on. Oh my goodness, gonna be the she's my poet laureate in Los Angeles, y'all. Poet laureate is coming up soon, probably at the USA pretty soon. She's an amazing sister. I'm so blessed to have an angel like Shauna Buchanan in my life as a friend, as a mentor, and just literally as a sister. We're a lot of sisters. It's just like, wow, thank you, Creator. Like, I just feel amazing. But she is incredible. She's author of Black Indian. She has poetry libros. She was speaking in Altadena with the poet laureates over there. And she teaches at Loyola Marymount University in the creative writing program. Lots of accolades. Check out ShaunaBuchanan.com. But what an honor. She's here. She made it. She did a double book today. She was all the way in San Gabriel Valley. She came over here for us. And I just wanted, lots of love. Thank you, Shauna. Let's hear from Shauna Buchanan, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, a lot. Thank you. Oh, everyone who read, thank you so much. Like Richard, thank you. Richard brought me on as a board member at Beyond Baroque, and now I'm the president of the board. Right? You just keep writing, you keep showing up, and then suddenly you're at the helm of something. So I'm really grateful. And to everyone who read, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to share 2 poems, and I was told we should either do one, and so I chose one, and then I hear everybody doing 2, and I was like, okay, I guess I could do 2.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ye Maya Asesu Ye Maya Ye Maya Asesu Ye Maya Ye Maya Olodu Ye Maya Ye Maya Olodu Ye Maya. The Washington Post, August 14th, 2023 headline said, brains and other body parts, mostly from people of color, were taken without consent. I heard clearly in my brain, I'm going to stress feed now. Article said Smithsonian's collection of human remains is one of the largest in the world. Its collection of 255 brains were taken mostly from Black, Indigenous people and other people of color. My mind said, go eat some more. And I ran to the kitchen to eat and eat, even though I'd had breakfast, stuffed my face with crackers and cheese, humming, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, girl, don't cry. But the water came anyway, and as the tears fell, I ate them too. The caption murmured, brains were collected to further racist theories. Eat some more. Eating the trauma, eating the fear, eating the knowledge of the absence of Black brains from Black bodies. I eat for the hunger of Black slaves, for our brains and body parts hanging on some wall in museums and basements, under the clean, shiny floors of institutional buildings I have paid to visit. And then, after I'm fuller than I should be, licking crumbs and sorrow and history from around my mouth, wrecked, simply wrecked for the rest of my day, this month, the year, the decade, the millennium, I sit down and I write this poem. I pray to the ghosts of Nat Turner and Wanda Coleman to find those motherfuckers who took our brains from our bodies and show them what it means to be dead. True story. I'm working on a collection of poems called America's Blood Flowers. And it's a book that I didn't want to write, but the poems kept coming, right? How many of you have a book like that? Where it's like, I had to testify, right? I had to say something. So since the murder of George Floyd, when I couldn't write, and I was like, I can't. I haven't even watched it. It's like, I can't watch it. But the poems have kept coming. It's like, nope, you need to say it. This is your vocation. Sonia Sanchez said, Alice Walker said, Toni Morrison said, it's our responsibility. It's our job, right? And so this is another one that came to me. I actually have to preface that I read a poem by a friend who he's a good poet. And so he wrote a poem for Earth Day. And then something like turned at me and I said, this is what our Earth Day looks like. For Ralph Yarl on Earth Day and my grandson. If we love Black boys like the earth, if we love Black boys like trees, if we love their hair like parks, if we love their smiles like oceans, love their hands like desert flowers, love their shoulders like rainbows, if we love their intellect, their dancing, their good grades like mountains, if we love them like geodesic rays of the sun, like freshwater pearls and cotton candy, like movies and the ghosts of across the Indian sky, if we love them. If we love them like favorite surf spots, like benches we sit on to view an eclipse, a basketball game, a football game, we love their laughter like rainwater. If we knew we needed their tears like spring pollen and vibrating beads, if we love their cobalt, obsidian, tangerine, toffee, mocha, licorice, bodies as tenderly as a silk night. If we cherish them like fly fishing in cold streams, like picking your food from lone slicked gardens, if we love them like sailing, like sports, like a favorite magic trick you could never figure out. If we love Black boys, we wouldn't shoot them. If we love Black boys, we wouldn't shoot them on a porch for knocking on the wrong door. We wouldn't pull them over on lonely streets with tragic intent. We wouldn't stalk them on bikes in open spaces and classrooms and boardrooms and liquor stores. If we love them, death wouldn't haunt their James Baldwin dreams. We wouldn't fold them like squares in a box that we prayed over with every breath in our body. If we love Black boys, we love Black boys, if we love Indigenous and brown of color boys, if we love them like the earth, wrapped our whole bodies around them like an atmosphere, if we coveted them like sun, the moon, the stars, if we kiss them under a nascent love, if we love them, we could see them. And if we could see them, we could save them. Black boys would be heirloom seeds we waited our entire lifetimes to find, and we could plant them, reseed the earth with their music, with their bodies, with their bones, watch them grow up. If we love Black boys like the earth, they would know it.
Yeah.
Is Angel Miguel Lopez in the house?
Yep.
You want to get the next slide, brother?
I am so honored to be able to do this introduction, and I feel like I am the least qualified in the room because everybody else wants Jessica more than me. But I will say this: one of the most amazing people to grace LA County with their words, their inspiration, their action for her community. Everybody, just please make some noise right now. Make some noise right now. Make some noise right now for Jessica.
Love y'all. I felt that so much.
Love you, Jessica.
Love you too. I just gotta see better. All right, well, I'm gonna keep it up. I'm closing out the marathon, but then the open mic for the people coming up. So plan to be here till 4:30. Okay. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you for being part of the resistance. Thank you for being part of the change. Thank you for showing up. It's all about showing up and be yourself, use your gifts, your voice, just keep spreading like your message to everybody, you know. And it starts with those closest to us, and those conversations a lot of times are the hardest ones to have with the ones closest to us, because you're like, oh, I'm gonna offend them, oh, we're gonna go in this argument or whatever. But that's where it starts. That's where the true change can start, with the ones you know in your circle. And it's a ripple effect after that, right? And think about this. If you start with the ones you know the best, that hardest battle, the ones you know, those, once you get through that, it's gonna be easier and easier and easier. You're gonna talk to everybody and wake everybody up. So keep going, and thank you for being here. And you know, lots of love to everybody, and Michael Rothenberg and Yvonne de la Vega and Amy Uyamatsu and all of our brothers and sisters. Presente. There. 100,000 points. So we're gonna take it back to Pangea. Here we go. Pangea. Before the drift, the land linked together like a calm hand, up in prayer to Creator, that beam light from beyond the rays, beyond the place where atmosphere meets the freshness of our air. Before the drift, the land was there for all living beings to dig in, build shelters, eat, seek out likeness in other beings that belonged, that bled, that came to be on this round rock of Turtle Island. Beyond this drift, lives bled away from unity. The drift rearranged us in a procession of ornamental authority, the falsehood that meant we could set aside place for you and me and they and she and it and them and everything made into other. This otherness led some to drift, to distaste, hate, less than tolerant of other ways. For there are other ways
to breathe, to prepare bed, to season foods, to make love, to exist one amongst the other. But to be led to distaste, where such groups create bars around us and keep us in cages and separate us from opportunities to exist, to reach out to each other in our common humanity, is a disgusting notion, only to sweep all for themselves under their own rug, their own capital, their own luxury, their own selfishness, to be other. There is no limit to this madness. Yet we bear witness and urge the other to bound together like clasped hands, to remember our common humanity, where there is no other, but the unity of us that exists calmly across the world. Thank you. And it is Suicide Prevention Month. And in 2010, I lost someone. I was engaged to suicide. And last Thursday, I was on One Mic, One Glow with Bob, Voice of the Harbor, another one of the Scale I found here at the Sims. And he, and I felt that he has totally transformed that show. And he offered us the space to speak up about that topic of suicide and speak on suicide prevention. So I shared from my life, I shared my story of losing Justin, and I wrote this for Bob. I want to share with y'all. For Justin, and for all of you, the ones we lost. Sometimes I stutter in speaking out about suicide, the one I lost and loved. I try to cling to the mental health aspects, that he was sick, that there was something invisible that I could not soothe. It hurt so bad to face it, the aftermath. A new road I was walking. I learned, though, that I wasn't alone. This path has many segments and many others who cradle each other in understanding. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. There's nothing we could have done if the intention is there. So I stay and fan this flame away from my hair, but always in my heart, to remember his name and live on. And that closes our marathon. I'm like, oh, whoa, oh Mateo, lots of love, 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 love. You're beautiful. I love it. I love myself. Like, like Ayana says, I love myself. So we have the open mic for the people. We got some folks kicking it off that are on the program. If you want to sign up, it's one piece per person. And our host, Angel Miguel Lopez, is going to take it away. All right.
Thank you once again to Jessica for letting me take so much space up today. I appreciate it. It's nice coming in and being accepted by LA Poet Society and the entire community out here. So thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for sticking with us. We appreciate you. And we have our first person of the night, and I got very clearly told how to say his name, so I'm gonna put that to the best of my ability. Can we please make some noise? Start clapping for Giselle Bustani Fontanelli.
You gotta do that. There's so much love in the room, so much light. It's so good to be with all of you. My name is Giselle. This poem is called Iranian Girls Laughing. It is of and for the woman life freedom movement in Iran, which is a movement It's a female-led revolution in Iran. When they laugh, they say she's indecent. Let them, what can they do? Iranian girls were overheard laughing in a Tehran classroom. Giggling is every girl's specialty at 16. The Iranian girls have been laughing since the beginning of time. They laughed when dinosaurs walked the earth. They laughed during the Big Bang, when the land was a single continent, in the Ice Age, in the Stone Age. Zoroaster born, laughing, Elamite villages, Mede civilization, Cyrus the Great. Iranian girls have been laughing since the beginning of time. Today, there are fundamentalists in stolen seats of power who say it is indecent for girls to laugh. They wreak violence in the name of Allah. They gargle Allah's name like a warm water and salt solution as if simply saying God's name can cleanse their actions. They demand girls as young as 6 cover their hair, not a wisp to wave in the wind. No makeup, no nail polish. Wear loose robes or chadors to hide their female form. Demand girls cut their nails so short, girls bite their nails to avoid suspension. They demand thank you. They legally decreed the value of a woman as half that of a man. Women entitled to a fraction of inheritance compared to their brothers. They decreed women must get permission from their husbands to travel. And a child's custody always goes to the next man in the family after a father's death, never the mother. For the past year, Iranian girls have taken to the streets with all their fire like it's Chaharshanbe Suri, putting their lives in great danger, putting their bodies in grave danger, demanding change, freedom, their right to live as free women, ripping off their headscarves to demand the right to choice, driving principals out of school gates, screaming, bisharaf, disgraceful, disgraceful. They are dancing in the streets, singing in the streets, chanting in the streets, each chant pulling out the Islamic Republic like weeds for hyacinths to bloom. I dream of an Iran where girls must no longer take to the streets to demand their liberty. I want an Iran where girls cackle and it is no longer called indecent, where girls howl with hysteria on every street corner, hooting a hilarious harmony of loud mouth sounds, visible uvulas vibrating with joy. Where their teeth, their full set of teeth, molars and all, smile to the sun. I want an Iran where girls do not laugh to fight despair, but because they are empowered to dream and fulfill their dreams. Iranian girls laughing, probably no better sound. When the rose hears it, it grows a little quicker. When water hears it, it tastes a little better. When the bulbul hears it, it sings a little louder. Iranian girls laughing is a song to my ears. It is an invocation, an incantation, a chant, a slogan. It is joy, healing, resistance, resilience, revolution. It is the essence of the earth. It is woman, life, freedom. Jin, Jian, Azadi, Zan, Zendagi, Azadi, woman, life, freedom. Thank you. My name is Giselle. I am a theater director. Good to see my fellow theater artists in the room, fellow poets. I'm also a theater educator, and what else? I'm a healer as well. You can find me on I am Giselle BF, Giselle, I am Giselle BF. And thank you for all your beauty and poetry. Thank you for listening.
Give it up one more time for you. You want me to go up here?
And Greg Bell is at the end.
Greg Bell's up another list.
Yeah.
Okay,
Here,
there we go.
yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
You got it?
I think. Boom. There you go.
You can use-
Boom. And we're here. Thank you. All right, y'all. So up next, we get Príncipe, aka King Amir, to the stage, please. Here, they left already. Oh, unfortunately, they were not able to stay. It's okay. We got other folks. And next we have, is Brianna Banks George still here? Still in the room? Yes, Brianna. Come on, start clapping, start clapping, start clapping, start clapping. There we go.
Hey, y'all. My name's Bree, and I write from the intersections of queerness and spirituality and being first generation Vietnamese American. And I'm here. And so this is something I wrote for a beloved on Mother's Day this year. It's called Motherland. Arsenal of expired food. They're non-perishable. They never really go bad. Walls flanked with Eurocentric worldviews. The colonizers won this round. Sharp, miraculous inhales. That's how you kiss in Vietnamese. Brand names, badges of honor. Mommy got a good deal. Don't worry. A foreign coast of familiarity. A realm I rebuffed, alone, before you. And when you called me 2 weeks ago, held my heart as I cried about some girl, ever earnest to provide a solution. We'll just promise to never stay mad at each other. Your patent affection underscored by the statement's simplicity. I realize we are the mothers now. Doling out refuge, hard-earned through anguish. Their terrorized dormant, distinct from ours, informs it. All those lessons, traces of possession, semblance of defense, only calcifying edges. Safety looks different from this vantage. Instead, we teach your child to stay soft, embrace the nonsensical, burrow into one another, it matters, and know the freedom innate to crashing, returning, dissipating swells. We are still malleable as the face of your son. That's for Vivi, and yeah, I believe that if we heal ourselves, we can heal the world. So keep rippling, y'all.
Give it up for Bree. Oh, man. We have one of our wonderful vendors coming up next. I've had the pleasure of looking at her goods, and I'm gonna go with the ponder after the show is over. But can we please start clapping for a good show? Hey.
Okay.
Respect. Greetings. How are we doing?
Great.
I am so blessed to be here with you all. I'm so excited about 100,000 poets for change. That's amazing. And thank you so much, Jessica. You are truly a wonderful leader in the art community. And I just thank you for always supporting me and supporting us. So thank you. Shining stars. As a baby, we want to be held, grabbing fingers tightly for reassurance. Somehow that never changes. That embrace from someone we trust. You got me, right? Leaving us to feel safe in a world that takes from us our innocence. It's through our tribe of lions that surround our journey as watchers, protectors, prayer warriors, visionaries, and an embodiment of love that fuels our minds to keep stretching ourselves. We reciprocate strength that only we endure and understand from the battles we've triumphed over. Connected on levels of electric frequencies through our facial expressions, hands touching, an embrace that helps us hang on further in the path that we are on. Our focus is discovering the power within to use our voices, uniting people as one. 2021, the year of, no, not 2021, sorry. Let's go with 2023. 2023, the year of taking control, and soon to be 2024, taking control of our personal visions, intentions to impact one's life and the world. We have repeatedly learned our days are numbered. Watching social media from the year of 2020. Our vessels can't fight without the help of others. Today is the day we decide to truly live out our passions, pouring out light, love, strength, understanding, compassion, empathy, finances, resources, to support the changing of lives for the greater good that it would be a domino effect of paying it forward. What are your intentions for this upcoming new year? Is it mapped out on a vision board, laid out in a journal, on a computer that XYZ is coming to fruition in these next few months? This is the moment as you amazing, important leaders to impact, to create those open doors, connecting human souls who are demanding and depending on you, making changes for today, tomorrow, and hundreds of years to come. Producing the fruit of integration from different races, exchanging the power of diversity, having one voice. Be concise in your passions as they unfold the layers of childhood dreams that have been buried subconsciously. You suddenly awaken, knowing it's your time to empower our world. Your voice is needed as you work diligently through blueprints of a vision in the coming months to keep sharing and stretching yourself more than ever before as a community of the future. Our very existence is about seizing the power within ourselves so that you illuminate light, connecting with someone else's past, connecting with someone else's and passing the torch of lighting each other's candles, never dimming anyone, shining brightly together as the stars do every night. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Greg Bell. Greg Bell. Greg Bell.
All right, y'all. We have somebody else come up to the stage right now, so let me please keep the energy up and at 'em for Greg Bell.
You know, Bill Nye, the science guy, talks about, if we can do this, if we can do that, then we can change the world. In the meantime, Lao Tzu says, do you think you can change the universe? I do not think it can be done. To me, changing the world smacks too much of man over nature. Look what we've done. Unprecedented after unprecedented hurricanes in LA, fires in Maui, unprecedented. Unprecedented flooding, etc., all over the planet. Maybe we need to think about changing something else. This is called, before I say, it's called Out of Time. But before I get into it, I owe a profound debt of gratitude to William Butler Yeats, because there. To William Butler's because I steal mercilessly from him. Turning and turning in the widening gyre, churning and burning ever outwards, fire arrows cast in our trajectory, we lose the center point, the big of bang, the G of God to endless distraction. And so the best lack all conviction. And so the worst are full of passionate intensity, awaiting that rough beast its hour, come round at last, slouches now toward Bethlehem. What wakes us from the nightmare of our own design, signs and portents everywhere, electrons casting webs with videos of cute as cats and rants from rabid rats. What shakes us from our lethargy? What rescues us from consequence? What earns escape velocity and turns us then to change? Can we change? Is there still time? Can we change in time? Ask stars to step down from their pillars. Ask tigers, zebras, change their stripes. Let sun and moon exchange their courses till suits and thieves swap their crimes. With much too much of much and then too much of none. Where's the center point? Can we change? Is there still time? Can we change in time? Tell the thirsty man to steal water from polluted wells. Trade starvation for a meal, for the will to eat the world. Churning and burning in the winding fire, caught on the runaway game wheel. Infinite growth in a finite world, lost the center point, the big of bang, the G of God. To end game. Can't, so much, too much, we can of can't. Can't we know of can? Can we change? Is there still time? This dead end peak, can we? Or must we maybe reach beyond trajectory to changing out of time?
Right, Bill.
I think, and let me ask before I say this, is there anybody else that would like to share something before we come to the stage? Yes, come on up, come join us on the stage. What's your name? Chai? Everyone, this is going to be Chai. I will find this guy from very well. I think that I wrote it down over there. I left it over there, but it was still changes. It's still time. It was still time to change. Or have you worded it better than I can? Great to be thinking about during LA Post 100,000 posts for change. Let's give it up for Chai, y'all.
Hello, everybody. Let's make this short and simple. My name is Chai. Find me on the menu of the Starbucks. All right. Yeah, I wasn't heard anything today, so I'm just gonna riff off. I heard it was a suicide prevention month. And I prevented a suicide today. Ooh, guess who's still here? But don't worry, everyone. I swear, I'm doing okay. Like, don't worry, everyone. I've killed my wants to kill myself, but damn, I'd kill for some rest right now. Kind of delete work from my vocabulary and be left with giving up. My bed, a coffin I can lie in. And if I'm saying I'm fine, then I'm lying. Man, I'm tired of being tired. I'm tired like four wheels on a car. I'm exhausted like my tailpipe. I'm like the windshield because I get pooped on and I'm white.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh, I swear, like, I wish I was rich, but I'm so poor I could barely afford to pay the toll. You know, I want to slow down by going through stop signs like sushi, all California rolls. Well, no, I swear, I'm fine. I know I'm just trauma dumping, like I'm spitting raw shit, like I got salmonella. Well, I don't know where I got that from. Well, it did happen to me. Worst pain in my life. Anyway, sidetrack and bit. Yeah. Yeah, I really want to rest. I feel all my rest is cardiac. I want to stop doing things, but old age comes out of me like a sneak attack. Feel the demons in my head are beating me into submission. I want to take a break like an intermission, but I can't slow down because I'm on a mission. Don't forget me when I go missing. Y'all, I swear, I'm doing fine. Thank you.
I got more
All right,
slides.
Well, tenemos a alguien más. We have somebody else that wants to come to the stage. So can we please bring it up for Griselda? Yeah.
Yeah, you got.
Buenas tardes. Yes, it's my first time to be here, so it's an honor to meet everyone. And I wrote a little poem for today. So in English and Spanish. So it says, the peace is pure.
Closer to the mic. Closer to the mic.
Peace is pure, an element we need in this entire world. All individual needs mental peace, live, love, be happy. Life has a beginning and a life at the end. So now in Spanish. La paz. La paz es pura. Es un elemento que todos necesitamos en todo el mundo entero. Cada individuo necesita paz mental. Vivir, amar, ser feliz. Un túnel tiene un principio, pero al final tiene una luz.
Gracias.
Otra vez para Griselda, aquí veo cómo está Griselda. Está muy bien. Okay, all right, do we have anything else? Anybody else want to share anything before we close up the open mic to the people section? No?
You can stay up there, it's okay.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it. All right, who got next?
Slideshows. All right, and now for the commercials, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, who got?
So much gratitude to all of our sponsors and vendors. Ace and Chula with the Sister Friends Wearable Art Collective. Thank you to Angel Miguel Lopez for co-hosting with me, the Kids Library of Poetry. Grant's Family Cooking, that delicious lasagna. Let's see, I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. Oh, the food guys, yeah, thank you. A big difference for so many. Oh my gosh. Right now, okay, we're gonna be taking the party over to Whittier. If anyone wants to join us, we're gonna go. Antonieta V. Mills is featuring with Nathan Castellanos. We're gonna go to Midnight Books and over in Whittier, and that's where they have a pantry. And there's Egyptian Princess A, we made vendor slides, and there's Chef Lee, Grand Family Cooking. Black Lives, Black Words. He couldn't make it because he said his child was ill, so we miss his brother, but he'll join us another time. Of course, it's the Friends Wearable Art Collective with Chula. Oh, she stepped outside. We got a slide for you, Chula. Hey. And of course, we produce an average of 75 events a year, free to the people. And our next event is at 6 o'clock. So 6 to 8, we also have open mic. You know, we're taking the party to Whittier. And Antonieta and Nathan Castellanos are gonna be there, and we're gonna take the food to the pantry. And I just gotta say, I'm such a fan of Midnight Books. If you haven't made it over there, anytime you can, go check it out, because it is a very humble, small bookstore, probably the size of maybe where the kitchen is. But with that space, he sells books.
has events. He has a refrigerator there, free, no purchase necessary. He has seeds for a sustainable garden. Like, there's just so much he does with that space, you know, that's why it's so righteous and we're so honored to take this food to their pantry and feed the people. So that's where we're going. And of course, thank you for all your generosity. We got the QR if you want to add any more or get some shirts, books, anything. But thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you for being part of the movement. Thank you for being part of the resistance. 100,000 Poets for Change and Solidarity, the global movement. This is the 13th year, y'all. So let's keep doing it. Thank you, everybody. And let's get a good picture in front of our banner outside and you know, maybe fold up the chair and lean it against the bookshelf, I think, and we can help clean up in that way. But thank you, everyone. Lots of love. Thank you so much. You're the bomb. Did it.
Yeah.
We're gonna sign off right now. LA Poets Society. And thank you, everybody. Thank you. We did it. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I love you. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, that's right. And if you have any comment
Yes, make the 2 other pieces and lots of practice. You want ice?
Yep.
I'm great. I'm nice ears.
Here you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you can definitely tell.
I think also.
Thank you. That helps with where is it at? Oh, here it is. Let me know what you think. And then you can- Thank you so much.
Yeah. All the like all my videos, guys.